Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to World Esports Day. This is the British Esports event. It's not our event; it's a global event. Obviously, this is a international thing that we've decided to pioneer, but it is for everybody, not just for us. So, welcome in. My name is Elliot Bond. I am your host today. I am the Schools and Colleges Liaison Officer for the British Esports Association. I'm also apparently the streamer, so there's that as well. Welcome in, everybody. It's a pleasure to see you all in the chat. I'm not going to say hello to every single one of you, but I'm glad you're all here. So today we've got a fantastic lineup of games for you. We've got Overwatch first, we've got League of Legends second, and then we've got Rocket League after that. So the teams that we've got playing, who are they? So of course, as you can see in the title there, this whole segment of games is going to be the RAF taking on the British Esports teams from our British Esports Championships, which is a schools and colleges tournament for students aged 12 to 19-ish across the nation, and so this is going to be our students taking on the more established Royal Air Force teams. Should be a good laugh, should be a bit of fun, but of course, remember, this is all for a good cause. Everything that World Esports Day raises is going to charity. The charity for this year that's been chosen has been Special Effect. If you want to find out more, you can head over to the donate page. I'll post a link for you here. There we go. So if you want to donate or give anything at all, it is all going to charity, so it is a great cause. As for the rest of the British Esports updates, of course, there is no match next week on Wednesday as it is half term. But of course, we will be resuming the rest of our championships show matches on Wednesdays in the afternoon at 4 p.m. UK time. So, first of all, let's introduce our casters. We've got some fantastic talent here on the desk today. I have two guys who have been in Overwatch for a long time. Welcome in, guys. Servitude and Five Eyes.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Morning.
Yeah, really good, thank you. Looking forward to it.
I'd say morning. It could be morning, afternoon, evening, no matter
Yeah,
where you are.
whatever you like, yeah.
Well, it is afternoon now, yeah. So I should
Technically,
probably
technically.
check my watch before.
So, of course, Servitude, this side of me, you've been working with the British Esports for quite a long time now. Obviously, you casted our Overwatch Grand Finals back in Easter when we had to go digital instead of a live event, and thank you ever so much for that. And you've done a bit of casting here and there. And Five Eyes, you are new. You are obviously representing the Royal Air Force today, being on the caster desk. Obviously, not biased.
Not at all. I'm not wearing anything that's biased at all. I'll try and be as neutral as I can.
You should be wearing some nice British Esports merch, which is a 10% off, by the way, everybody.
I'll have to try and acquire some.
10% off until the end of the month. So if you are interested in buying any British Esports clothing, do head over to raven.gg. I've posted the link there for you in the chat. Just a few things, literally throwing shade. Servitude looking fly coming in from the chat. So make of that what you will. I wasn't brave enough to pull off the shades today.
Some shades.
They're almost aviator glasses, so I was kind of trying to stick to some sort of theme, but don't know if that'll come back to bite me. I don't know.
Anyway, so we'll be getting started very, very shortly. I just wanted to have a quick chat about the teams. Obviously, Five Eyes, you know a bit more about the RAF team, and Servitude, I don't know how much you know about the Fisher Falcons, but today's game is going to be the RAF Esports team taking on the Fisher Falcons. So why don't we just have a little chat about the team, starting with you, Five Eyes.
So the team, we've got quite a good Overwatch community in the RAF, sort of 25 to 30 members, quite that regularly sort of play. The actual team itself really formed at the start of this year. We've sort of developed an A team. The team you see today is kind of a mixture of some of the A team and a mixture of the development team. So it's quite a good mixture. Some of the guys have played together quite frequently since early this year, and a few of them have kind of been in the development, getting coached within the community. So it's quite a good mixture. I think we've got a reasonably decent side. I'm not sure what kind of roles they're going to be playing, so but I imagine you'll see sort of Gonzio, Doided. They're sort of DPS, strong DPS. Pokey and Welshie are tanks, and then JD and Valkyrie possibly as support. But we've got a reasonably good side. We've entered a few tournaments previously with our A team, which is trying to develop that sort of B team and bring in sort of the newer guys in since sort of the start of this year.
Great stuff. Do we know the rough SR ranking of these guys?
I think this particular team, probably the average is high plat diamonds, low diamonds. We've got kind of a really quite a wide mixture, so I would estimate that the kind of average spread is probably high plat into kind of the low diamond.
Brilliant. And Servitude, I don't suppose you've looked into Falcons at all, I imagine. But you know they've been a part of British Esports for the last 3 years more or less. They've probably been one of our longest entering teams, which is fantastic to see. And you know they've performed really well in the tournaments past. They've done I think quarterfinals. I think in last year. I'm not sure how they did this year, or you know the most previous season, but you know there's lots of good things. I'm just hearing from my producers that it's approximately sort of similar average for the Falcons as the RAF. They're sort of mid plat, low plat, but they've been playing together for a long time, so they should have some significant synergy between the players, which obviously impacts the game. So I've been told we're ready to go. So any last things before I pass over to you guys?
No, I think we're going to have a great game.
Right.
Yeah. Like I said, the SR is roughly the same, but I think we've seen with some of the competition games this week and with the grand finals, whether that experience in terms of playing together for that length of time, how much of a difference that's going to make. But you know, I've got my glasses on, so I'm not being biased.
You can be very reflective after the game.
Well, I might actually have to change my glasses because I can't see.
Can't actually see.
Well, I can, but they're prescription, so it's fine.
All right, brilliant stuff. Well, good luck to both teams. I'll pass over to you guys now, and this is going to be a best of 5. The map choices have been set in stone, I believe, already. So here we go, and good luck.
Okay, so we're starting off from Nepal. Like I said, Nepal, if you're new to the game, is a control map. There's one point in the middle, just underneath that building in the center of the screen that you're seeing, and you basically cap it, and you accrue percentage points. If you get to 100%, you win this round, and this map is split into 3 different areas, each area being a separate round. So you capture a point by standing on it for a while, making sure that none of your opposition team are on it. That's about it for this, for the assault map, control map. Sorry.
So it looks like the RF are going for a sort of a bit of a dive, sort of half dive, I guess, with the Sunboiler changed to Reaper. So pretty much a solid dive. Not really making their minds up. The Vulcans are going for a bit more of a kind of brawly comp with the Tracer kind of flanking. Pagan Boy, noticing the scrims, quite a strong DPS, so watch out for him on that flank. He also plays Ashen and Widow really strongly, so one to watch out for certainly.
Yeah, so you said the team compositions are definitely very different in this one. If you saw any of the games yesterday, there's not a solid meta at the moment, so there's a lot of flexibility, a lot of dynamics in terms of what people are playing. And as you can see, some sort of brawly team with a Tracer is getting the better of the RF.
Yeah, that background's quite good for the Reinhog in the choke. The dive sort of struggling to get through on that, so they might have to look for pushing on the main and taking the high ground on the RF side. So an early victory for the Falcons there.
They haven't got too much to kind of counter this Gonzio, and if you haven't in your team composition when you're playing, one of the options is to just ignore it and to just push through. But Gonzio's already onto a barrage, so it depends if you can do anything with this in the next fight.
Yeah, there's to Ryan here, so they're trying to at least make the front line a bit more contestable. So we'll probably see quite an early barrage coming out here.
Nice barrage.
Probably coming in here, yep, there we go.
Swanky gnome, the fight was over.
I think the Mora used the ultimate, so that's one down for the Falcons. Unfortunately, would have been useful for the next fight. They haven't really got much coming up, possibly the Shatter. Well, she's got his Bomb, got a Nano and Valkyrie as well, so a few ultimates for the RAF. Still no contest really for the Pharah. This choke up high ground is going to be quite difficult to push through with the Pharah knocking in.
Well, I was going to say with Poké going down, they might have a bit of a struggle to hold that front line, but with Donzio getting 2 and another one as well against McCree, with the Falcons trying to... Yeah, I mean, they're trying to with McCree now, but it's just not enough.
I'd say Pagan's quite handy on the hit scan, so be interesting to see if he can make that attempt to disrupt the fire in the sky. Another barrage coming up now as well for Gonzio.
Yeah, X-Pac not too sure. I think he just went for a widow just to see if he could get a one clip or one shot on to Gonzio. Gonzio played well and just ducks down, and it's gone back over to the Ash, but with no Mercy boost, it's still going to take 2 or 3 shots.
He's going to have to hit that Mercy first, or hope the Mercy gets off the Farah to try and really disrupt the Farah. Big ult, they didn't even see him up there from Gonzio. Few ults coming up for the Falcons, see if they keep them, possibly best to keep them for the next fight. They're already 2 down.
Yeah, I think Maraf just kind of stabilised a little bit. They backed away a little bit and just kept the spam damage going in.
Got 4 ults coming up now for the Falcons. They just need to make sure they regroup, don't take any early picks, and just make sure they keep as a 6 for this final fight. Riley goes into the point.
Everyone knows it's the last fight. Falcons need to win this, but I don't think they've got enough. And Valkyr getting 4 kills with 5 kills even with their Bob. With a bit of a sketchy start, they pulled it back and actually held control from 39%.
I think the Farah was really the dominant force in that, just disrupting the team's backline, knocking that shield down. They did change to the McCree, very difficult though to, and the Ash, very difficult as you mentioned to really disrupt them. You've got to get those shots away, especially when the Mercy is pocketing the Farah. It's quite difficult to be really effective.
Yeah, with this one's a little bit of a different map though, so you can play the Farah, and there's obviously the Pit of Doom around the central capture point, which can be good for boots, which is why we're seeing Lucio coming out from Doided. But I think it's a good decision not to run the Farah here, because there's not that much space, not that much cover other than playing around one of these corners, but they're easy to be flanked by.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to soldiers strong at the minute, so taking that high ground on the right, you'll probably see both soldiers trying to fight for that right hand side, the high ground.
Not sure if Doided was spotted or if they just decided they weren't going to risk it.
Yeah, well, she's just sat there on the ball. Nearly got spotted.
Yeah, so capture point is just about to come unlocked. We're still waiting for the first one to come in, and just a reminder, it is a best of 5 maps this one, so it'll be the first to 3 wins. Although this first fight is going on for quite a while.
Yeah, Falcon's deciding to go for that right hand side underground, but RF's taking straight to the point, so sort of meeting right in the middle, straight onto the point. Have to be careful of the lots of things that can boot them with Falcons, with the ball and the Lucio.
Yeah, they've gone for a kind of full boot comp with the hook from Hog, the grapple from Wrecking Ball, and the boot from Lucio.
Quite awful to play against, to be honest.
Yeah, it's quite toxic
everywhere, but
that was a nice shot there from X-Pago.
I need to recharge. This will heal you.
We'll see if Welshie's going to come in and boot from the side, maybe. Pokedoke's going to get burnt down if he's not careful, and he does.
The fight ain't over.
Slight late nano onto the Gonzio for the visor, but this is looking quite good, although Campo getting slept might mean he's not going to survive for very long in there. Gonzio, I think, picking up 4 or 5 kills in that fight. Just showing the power, I guess, of the change to soldier from the last patch.
when he's got that high ground, fairly uncontested, He's pretty much got free water fire every kind of angle that the Falcons are coming in on, and unless the Falcons can change and stop to the left side and really push him quickly and put pressure on him.
Yeah, this is a problem with playing quite a brawly comp.
The EMP
Can't
goes
really
in.
get to a back line. Big EMP catches Fore.
Just going to recontest. They got Graf coming in, which they don't have a beat for, so if they've realised that they might not have a beat, they might want to use this fairly early.
Thanks. Put it
Yeah, I
on
think
my
an
tab.
early Valk here to push the point. They need to win this fight. This is going to be kind of a last chance. So they've got the ults.
The ult coming out.
The whole skew.
Losing to Void
Here's
early
down.
though.
Yeah, the Graf is definitely going to be uncontested.
Bedtime.
Big sleep from JDE.
Just going to pull some resources.
This will help.
Gonna have to invest some ults quickly here.
Got this grab and Valk. Hammer is going to be coming in if he needs it.
It's still Gonzir still gets the triple kill. What in the grab?
It's Nanovisor.
Strength of Soldier here.
Seraph takes first point. And I guess kind of showing that if you're a bit of a Brawl fan, like I am, in many ways, it's still quite difficult to play against the spam damage from whether that's a Dynamite from Ash or the chip damage from Farah.
Yeah,
The Falcons do seem to be struggling with that a little bit.
yeah.
Well, what a game! It was over before it started, wasn't it?
Well, I
Yeah,
don't know. Oh, go on.
Some of you saw from the RF side, Gonzig playing Farah and Soldier on the right side. Just saying the Falcons came out with quite a brawly comp. It's quite difficult with that kind of poke that they had with Farah and Soldier to be able to get on top of the DPS to try and actually disrupt them. And the Ana was sat quite comfortably with the Soldier as well, so it was quite difficult for them to get onto the DPS. So hopefully look to try and improve on that on the next map, and that's what really changed the results for them.
Excellent.
yeah.
Do we know what the next map is yet? Has it been decided by players, or are we still waiting for that?
I think it's a Falcons pick.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just waiting in chat, but we'll let you know
Sure.
when that comes in. Yeah, like Five Eyes has said, the Brawl comp is really good when you get to point, but the problem is that the RF were holding so many different angles that you can only your Rhine Shield only lasts so long when you're getting shot from different angles. And they saw that although they managed to cap first point on the first round, once it's very difficult to get back onto point when you're getting hit from so many different angles with the Farah and the Ash. And then on that second round, showing how much of a pain Soldier can be now with his recent buff.
Absolutely, yeah.
So yeah, I guess we'll see what the Falcons can bring. I think they need to change the comp up a little bit. I'm not sure what to yet. I guess it's playing against to their strengths. Sorry. And we're going to see what we're coming up.
There's lots of support for the Falcons in the chat. Some people saying they're waiting for the reverse sweep on purpose. Falcons going to come in clutch. I just know it. So we'll have to wait and see. But I do think you're probably right. Maybe a change in the comp might be something that they need to look at immediately rather than kind of waiting, because obviously that's going to play a big part into how the rest of the the series takes shape. Obviously, it's a lot of a mental game as well as a mechanical game, and it's about whether these guys can maintain that mental strength as a unit and come back and beat the RAF. So it looks like we're ready to go into next map. So I'll leave it to you guys again, and best of luck, guys.
Okay, so we have Hollywood for the next map. This is your hybrid type of map. So once we start getting in, which should be any second, slightly different to your escort. You're going to have a good view of the lobby before we get kicked in. So we have a couple of high grounds set up on point A, which is a little bit further on, which we'll see in a minute. As you capture point A, just like you did with the other capture points, get it to 100%. And then you have a payload, which in this point is a very angry Omnic in a car wanting to get to the end of Hollywood. And then you escort it all the way through the streets phase, which is here to B, and then finally to the final studio at C.
There's a few bits of high ground here as well. that potentially that the Falcons will need to have a look at, looking back at the last game, to try and deny any DPS first point and second point, particularly have a lot of high ground. So they'll need to make sure the RF DPS don't have free reign.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slightly more open map than Nepal. Both rounds were kind of a little bit enclosed around that central capture point. There's definitely when you get to streets, but even more so here because of a lot of the high grounds. As you can see, you've got one where Welshie and Pokey is standing now with Yana. That's a good starting defense point, but there's also one where the D.Va shoot just across the point. Lots of long range in this one, especially for A and B. So Valkyrie on the Widow, I think, is a good pick.
The Genji, imagine to try and contest that high ground. When they see the Widow, I imagine the Genji will look to get in the eyes of the Widow just to disrupt the sightlines. And again, they're going fairly poorly with the Ryan Zarya.
Onto with an early pick onto Swanky though.
He's found his stuff in the back line somehow. He gets picked. So that's 2 down for the RF. So they need to look to push fairly quickly. They've got some good picks here.
Just recharging the shield a little bit before pushing onto point. And the Falcons do have a slight advantage for now, and a big nade coming onto Campo and Lucas. So if the Falcons can stabilise here, they should have quite a quick point A.
Big nade from JDE. 2 picks on the RF. They're gonna have not long to go before the point gets taken, but they might have to recontest quickly.
Yeah, I think when Big hit that coalescence, it was possible to flip back. Maybe wishing he kept hold of that, but you know, 96%, which will drop down to the second third. So capture points are captured in thirds, if you knew. But it will be dropped down to 66%. But that does mean that there's only 1 capture point, so just a third of a point to capture on their next retake. So not a bad first push.
If they get an early pick again like they did, they should be able to take this point. Sticking as a team really well here.
Yeah, but the problem with this is Pokey's going to have his grab coming in, which is quite early.
Yeah. Just make sure they don't use any ults here. They just want to recontest the Falcons.
Yeah, they would need to reset quick and just get out.
Just reset and yeah. They do have Blade coming up. They don't have any Nano, and the RF do have Zenyatta Tran, so it'll be interesting to see how many picks the Genji can get. Maybe he'll look to get rid of the Zenyatta first, in hopes that he can get more out of his Blade.
Yeah, I think although the Blade is kind of going to be the only ult that we're going to have, at least for the start of this next fight, I think DXD might need to try and get into the back line to try and either force Trans or get the pick onto Zen, so Campo can get a little bit more with the Blade coming up. But with Swanky going down, I think this is going to be a call probably to just get back quickly. Campo's still trying to get the Trans out before he dies. And Gonjo just still raining Terror down from the top, which is going to be a difficult next push now with Nano and Visor. I was just wondering to see if DXD was going to get a kill, but Swanky does get the follow-up.
Goes down, so as long as they are regrouped, they might want to look to push fairly early, but they don't want to push without their full team in. But they did 3 all here. Widow's not really in any kind of sight line, so they're RF are essentially 2 down here on the point. It comes out. There's no. As you do. Visor comes out as well. It's fairly even fight so far.
30 seconds remaining.
If we continue upon this trajectory,
Falcons were trying to get back, and they invested a lot. Now the problem is that RAF have a Transcendence, a D.Va Bomb, and possibly going to get another Grab Flux before, depending on how long this next fight's going to go. It is final chance. The Falcons do have a Grab and a Shatter, but the problem is who are they going to hit with it?
Yeah, and they've got their Trans as well to try and negate any damage from the Grav. Just how much they can put in the Grav, how much damage they can put in. They've got the Reaper, they can have a Ryan swinging in. Shatter doesn't get anyone.
We do
I
get
think I think they were just trying to take the high ground. They probably forgot that it was on 60%.
I think so as well. I think they were all kind of getting chipped a little bit and
Yeah,
thought they'd come back to recontest.
Yeah, probably waiting for Gontier to come back.
Oh, that's 2 nice shots from JD.
He's probably just going to linger here to try and see what he can get out of this. Diva comes back to help him out a little bit. And just saves himself to get back. Why not? Doing it for the stats. Doesn't want to have those deaths.
This will restore you.
Nice peel back from Belshi,
It's a good thing for Vulcans, they didn't use Grav, and they understood that the point was won with just the Shatter, so they have a few ults coming up. As you see, the Widow is on the high ground, again uncontested, so see if they can contest her at all with the Genji.
Yeah, Genji needs to contest a little bit because otherwise, as you can see, Ryan Shields is just getting destroyed from standing there. Very open, lots of high ground to just kind of rain damage down. DXD might be able to get a kill onto Pokey here. Main Campo onto Gonzio, so this should mean that the payload will carry on moving. I didn't even see where that shot came from.
He just found his way. If Genji's getting onto the Widow, it makes the kill. That's what he needs to do, just disrupt the Widow. Even if he doesn't get the kill on Widow, just to stop her from annoying the Falcons backline. Big shatter coming in from Pagan Boy. Takes out both the supports, charges the Sigma. This should be the second point for Falcons.
It's a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be using their ults more conservatively, cleverly. Swanky noticed the Rhyme was sort of really deep within their support, so the Nano came in just to secure those 2 kills.
So the last phase is a little bit more different. There's not quite as much open space, so Valkyrie might have a little bit more difficulty, especially with some flanks. In this, you can take the high ground, which is just above them now. Lots of ults on both teams here. Possibly a nanovisor, but we need to break down this X-Pag's shield first, which is getting very low already.
West comes out, managed to negate some of the damage caused by the Grav, possibly making it an even team fight. Gonzio is still running around like
somehow escaping.
He's just got absolute lead today.
Valkyrie on the top, I think he's getting pocketed. Oh, maybe not. JD pops for Valk. Pokey manages to get both DPS.
Flux coming in, that should kill the Zarya. It looks like the team fight is won by the RAF. Unfortunate shatter from Pagan Boy. Unless he's going to change, but would have been good to save that for the next fight. There's not really much coming up for the Falcons. RAF as well, they don't really have much to go. They will have a Nano coming up soon.
I think with as every tank or every DPS, even when you're that close to the end, you're just thinking maybe if I can just use my ult, I might be able to finish it by myself. Even if I'm 6v5, 6v1, it doesn't matter. I mean, like you said, final fight, Valkyrie gets a nice pick from everyone assisting that by the looks of it. Somebody does need to touch, which Campo is going to do, I think, just to make sure that he does. But Valk is going to make this quite difficult to carry on pushing in. The biggest thing could have called there, but if you've got a soldier visoring right in your face, you're not going to last very long.
Just accepted that.
Yeah.
At the end of the round, but now I'll just give up there. But that was a good push by the Falcons. They grouped up really well towards the sort of middle end stages. They're using their ultimates really effectively, not sort of using them all at once. So really strong push. Came short by a very short amount. So they look for a stronghold here. And of course on attack for the RF, they haven't got that high ground on the defense that the soldier can sit on. So they'll have to look to take advantage of that and taking their own high ground first. Away from Gonzio and Valkyrie.
I agree that first high ground, which is kind of closer to the choke, which is where the bridges are, which we'll go through in a little bit. That's really important high ground to defend as long as you can, but obviously not at your own life. And attack to take away, because it does give so much of an advantage to be able to rain damage down, and then run back for top-up heals if you're taking a couple of bits of chip damage.
You see the soldier coming out for the Falcons, so you'd expect him to take the high grounds. They've got the junk as well, to try and sort of bam the any sort of shields that the RF have. The RF going for a divey comp with the Zarya, quite common now with the Zarya monkey. I imagine they will be taking the high ground immediately, just to try and sort of poke down onto the Falcons. Unfortunate for there. People learn that for next time, not go through that way. So yeah, see the Irish just taking the high ground, just seeing what they can get out of this high ground, just to deny them that easy high ground for these soldiers.
Yeah, but the Falcons aren't giving it up for free. They want to keep holding
that's good. They are meeting them up there.
Welsh might be quite out of position, but he's getting pocketed by Doided, so he's probably going to get out of his life and a little bit of charge, which is always important when you're playing Zarya. DXD managed to get an exit kill onto Doided somehow with his bombs on death. Possibly trapped. Gone to the little
DPI, you coming out from Don.
Objective A captured.
Swanky may be trying to contest, but this is a little bit of a problem for the Streets phase. It's only going to have big guest Don on heals for a little bit, and there's not much range when you're playing on Moira heals. You need to be playing with raw comp, which they are, but it might make it a little bit more difficult to kind of scout this high ground, which Virat have taken.
And if they want to play soldier on the high ground, it will be, as you say, very difficult to keep him healed unless the back sort of pockets him.
Get in there.
But the Falcons are doing well to keep together. That comes out on the Nano Blade, which is probably a worthwhile trade, because that's 2 ults for Falcons, 1 ult.
Oh no,
Finisher on Concio. So within enough they got hammered. So that would be the fight for Falcons. Starif just needs to recontest here, or regroup. They do have EMP coming up.
Yeah, it was a good hold. Like you said, they do have EMP coming up, but Streets can be a little bit difficult to hold. I think we had it yesterday. Sometimes it's one of those maps where point B doesn't really exist in some games, but they're doing a pretty good job at getting a couple of fights into us.
Yeah, now I don't necessarily have much to go into the MP, so it's potentially with maybe one or maybe not even any else, the Falcons might be able to fend this off.
I think Valky's just kind of waiting for his team to get into position. Winston dived up high ground, which means he doesn't have it.
He's trying to hack the bounty. He's just trying to get rid of the... As you see, MP goes in, gets pretty much everyone. Yeah, it gets everyone. Nano goes into the Genji.
Can't quite get the dash resets to get Blade off. And I wouldn't expect him to use it, but he is.
He's using it now.
Does manage to get Swanky.
Yeah, so another Nano Blades. Doesn't really get too much for the RF. They push quite a little bit, but at the expense of several ults. the new list was Pagan's downfall there.
Expensive fight though for the Falcons. They have a window which Campo and DXT we've had to span for a little bit. If you haven't been playing with PTR, I'd recommend it, because the new window we're nicknamed the widescreen TV, because it's as wide, I think even wider than Ryan's shield. Whether it will go through or not, we don't know. But definitely possibly making that a little bit more of a...
Grab comes out. They haven't got the lamp to defend against it. As they mostly waited for the lamp to go down. You get one pick.
With 2 down, Swanky desperately trying to keep Xpeng up and doing a pretty good job of it at the moment.
Big boy coming after JD there.
JD just trying.
Just about up. Another nano blade comes in just to try and finish the fight.
Game Steve coming out of the main. Just to burn a bit of extra time off. 2 minutes though.
Yeah.
They might be able to recontest this.
Yeah, they did pull back a little bit. They might be able to recontest, but they're filtering in a little bit. But they do have 4 of their team in, and the 5th comes in, so they do have pretty much full team. EMP comes in 4 caught in that. And that could be the clean up the RF needed for the 2nd point. Plenty of dashes for Gonzio. And he sits on the point.
Yeah, and he knows it. He knows that's probably a play of a game.
He knows he's in the kill feed.
Okay, I'm glad X-Pac kind of came back there. If he gets pushed out and dies there, then he's all the way back just behind point C. This kind of gives him a chance to take a bit of an early fight here. Although that might be over quite quickly with a grab. Pokey somehow misses the shadow of a pin there. He just skimmed past.
Life of a Rhine. So they've got plenty of time, Falcons here. They can regroup. They've got a few ults coming up. They've got the Shatter, Visor, Window, and Coalescence, and even the Grav is coming up quite shortly. And the spaces go into the back line.
Might regret that. I mean, 2 minutes isn't the longest time and one of the hardest points to get a final
Yeah,
kill on.
especially if there's a few picks early for the Falcons and they need to regroup. That's time probably soon go down quite quickly.
Channel to Welsh.
Pagan gets early picks, and as we said, this is the fight that the Falcons needed just to push back the RF.
You just need to hold on to the rest of their odds now.
Yeah, they got Graf coming up, they got Visor as well.
It's
And
very
there's-
risky res, and Gonzio gets pinned again. Be interesting to see how many times he's been pinned this game. Actually. DXD on the Torb is a good pick for just dealing with the Sombra, being able to get some hacks up in the back line. You don't want Sombra standing behind and getting a hack on your Rhine shield to let an Ananade come through. So the turret, although it just got taken out, kind of stops that a little bit.
Soldier on the high ground looking to Visor, I would imagine, soon. They do have Nano Blades, so they're going to use it right now. See if they can get the Soldier. Not finding anyone yet.
Does get one, but Campo's Visor just a little bit
The
more.
RF will have to fall back and regroup for what looks to be the final push.
And
Yeah, the
quite-
Torb is... Go on.
Nah, I was just going to say quite a big stagger kill onto JD, so it's just burning an
Yeah.
extra 10 seconds off or so off the clock, which means, like you said, this is definitely going to be a final fight.
30 seconds.
They've got the Graf coming in and the EMP, so... if the EMP comes in early, they probably look to Graf fairly soon after that. Not much coming out of the EMP. Molten Fall comes a big anti-nade by JDE, ensuring those final kills on the tanks.
So, also a huge lamp there, though, to just keep the front line of Falcons
Yeah, got that
alive.
line up for a long time.
But I think this is it. It was very
Big
close
lamp.
last fight.
Very close game.
We'll see X-Pax crying in chat.
Checking his emotions.
Of the game.
But he does get play of the game, so he can't be crying too much.
Yeah. He can wipe away the tears a little bit. Yeah, big shatter. And I think that's where he got nano as well.
Yeah, he gets nanoed from a charge.
As well,
Yeah.
just eyes lit up right there.
Phew. And again, I mean, that was a really tough game, I think, for Falcons. I saw so many times that Reinhardt desperately trying to hold that shield up and defend as much as possible. And, you know, it just got shattered down and down and down again. And bless them, you know, RAF had some fantastic high ground positioning over the Falcons for a large majority of that game. And it's so difficult to defend from, you know, those big angles up top where you can't. There's a lot of easily accessible rooftops, I feel, in that map.
was kind of showing what the team composition difference. Although they Falcons had a soldier of their own, just having a soldier by yourselves means you're a little bit of an easy dive target, especially if the other team are running a Winston as well and a Sombra. So if you get dived for a Winston and hacked by a Sombra, you're going to be very lucky to get out of alive. And then their other soldier on the back line can just sit on the other high ground, raining damage from a bit further back with relative safety, because the Falcons are playing a very brawly comp.
Yeah, and I think that the opportunities that they had to capitalise on, I think, were possibly just a little bit squandered here and there. The brawl comp's great, and it does offer a lot of versatility and kind of shoving in your face, and it's actually quite a difficult comp to take on in big team fights. But they were just getting picked here, there, and So yeah, that lift moment someone's mentioned in the chat, that was quite spectacular as well. Poor Reinhardt there charging into an empty wall. But those kind of moments happen, don't they? And that's what we watch the game for. So yeah, any thoughts on that game, Five Eyes?
I think Falcons need to take positivity out of that. They kept the team really well. I think particularly on their attack, they used their ultimates really well. They didn't sort of expend them all at once. They understood when the team fight was won, therefore they don't need to use any ults. So a few times they used Shatter, that was enough. They didn't use the Grav. So I think they need to take that into the next fight, especially with a similar map where it's pushing a payloads, a similar kind of mindset really. If you've already won that team fight, no need to sort of expend those ults. So positive for Falcons. They should really take that into the next game.
Amazing. So I just want to shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for being here today. Obviously, it is World Esports Day. We are supporting Special Effect charity as well. So if you wanted to go and donate, feel free. There is the link there I've just posted in the chat for everybody. So all proceeds made today will be going towards Special Effect. Also, do please go check out the World Esports website and support everybody who's getting involved today. This is obviously what we're doing as the British Esports Association. But if you want to go and see what everybody else is doing, just head over to that website there and go to the activities page and just see what everybody else has been up to. It looks like we're going into the next map now, guys. So take it away.
So the next map is Havana, which you will see momentarily. This is another very long-sighted map. So as you can see, this first point, very even, lots of high ground. I would expect to see some sort of range damage in terms of either an Ashe or Widow. Lots of points that the Widow can kind of sneakily hide up. There's that little bit where the cafe sign is. You can sit up behind there if you're Widow. And this is an escort map, so similar to the hybrid, which is a mix of capture and escorting a payload. This one is just full on, where the little van truck is, escorting that through 3 different checkpoints. Furthest team, or the quickest team to capture checkpoints, wins.
It's a slight change on the RF. Gonzio swapping with JD for DPS and support, and on the Falcon side, Pagan's going back to DPS. So likely see with the Mercy a bit of a pocket on the Ashe, something that we saw in the practice game. So which is really strong for the Falcons. So they're really looking to play to their strengths on this. With the Ashe, quite strong long sideline, so that should be quite powerful.
Yeah, it's one of the few maps where Orisa is actually quite good, as long as they don't rush you too quickly. And the Falcons aren't running a Lucio, which means you do have time to back up. You're not at risk of being charged down.
Yeah, there's plenty of corners you can hide behind Orisa, which is really good for this map.
The Falcons might find they have a similar problem that they had in the last few maps, where the Rhine shield just doesn't last long enough. Yeah, JD wanting to bring out his Doomfist in this game, doing quite well in managing his cooldowns, understanding to just get in, do a ground slam, maybe an uppercut, and then jumping and then rocket punching back out.
It's really seen that they haven't got much to counter him, so he's just going to play it fairly carefully and just pick those moments, and he should be fairly safe knocking into that back line.
Huge headshot
by Pagan. Big pick. So the Falcons clean up fairly well here. Not sure if the RF can even contest this first point again.
Yeah, it's one of our problems with Orisa is that she has 0 mobility whatsoever.
She's not getting back to the point anytime quick.
She might be a horse, but she's a very slow one.
More legs doesn't mean more speed, unfortunately.
Valkyrie just harassing the backline a little bit, finishing off at EMP. But it depends what we're going to combo with. Pagan does have a Bob, and EMP Bob is quite impactful. Nice little combo there for JD. EMP doesn't get used, but I'm not sure who else is there to follow up.
Yeah, a little bit early. They're not through the choke, which means the Falcons can back off quite easily. If you just waited a little bit longer whilst they were through the choke, they might not have been able to back up quite as easy. So gone up to quite a lot of ults for the Falcons. Fairly even fight so far, but the RF have expended ults already.
Yeah, DXD onto Reaper. Reaper is quite good. Is quite a good counter to the Doomfist, and so maybe they're seeing that he's being a bit of a pain. As JD cleans up too. And we're going to a McCree and a Reaper, meaning that they're going to have a little bit more range, a little bit more brawl. So hopefully we should be okay at dealing with JD now.
Fire at will.
Saying that, I think he's got 4 or 5 kills this fight. And he's hungry for more.
He just still wants to be in. Mercy was hungry for more as well, apparently. Gonna get away from the Doomfist. Yeah, he's managing that the squad really well, just sort of poking in and out. So the Falcons for sure need to be able to deal with that. They do have the McCree, and well, they don't have the Brigitte anymore, but the McCree hopefully look to try and disrupt the Doomfist.
Special
Yeah, Falcons maybe being slightly disjointed. Bongos, like I said, one of the best ults in the game, especially when you're playing quite a spammy comp. Enjoyed his front line turning though. Why not?
DPSN's anyway. And JD again. Just harassing the backline. So it should be a group here. The Falcons a little bit split going into that fight. So as long as they group up, they've got a Graph and Death Blossom coming in, so that'd be a very strong combo to use. They do have the Trans on the RF side, which could negate that, so they may again look to get the early pick on the Zen.
Yeah, they need to get rid of him, and the problem is that they've got Valkyrie as well on the EMP, which is going to interrupt your Blossom. They use it very early again. Falcons should just back up and wait for that to fade. Maybe they were expecting JD to be in a better position before that went off, because he's just harassing the backline at the moment. Doid managed to get a headshot onto DXD to finish him off.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if they know he's up there. They do get the pick on him. Pagan changed to the Tracer now.
And they are still pushing.
What does that mean, kid? Right. Yeah, they're still pushing up.
Zarya with no bubble is a sad Zarya. Swanky just still trying to get ever so slightly more progress on the cart there. Possibly baiting JD even. And that fight's around pretty quick actually, so Gonzio's down and some of their DPS as well. They should just get some hard pushing onto this. Lucas should just stay on point. As long as they can get rid of EOSN now, that's going to be quite a big stagger kill, and it should be point B.
I'm saying this fight really long while the payload is going past her. Comes in from, well, she not much follow up though.
Pagan making sure that Doida doesn't get a better off this time. Nice pulseman to finish off Welshi. Gotta be careful, JD.
Just try going onto the car, just to contest with 0.1 meters. But he has to get out, there's no way you can do that. But unfortunately the Grafters come in for Falcons with no real follow-up when they already had the point, so potentially one he would like back to use for the next fight.
Big hammer. Ryan Hammer isn't one of the most impactful. I mean, it can be. It's one of the most, but it's quite an easy one to just throw out if you can get one pick or two.
Yeah, well, they shatter there. The RF were pushing quite closely, so just to try and stagger the RF back, it wasn't it was quite a reasonably a good call there, because it means the RF are fairly staggered here. They've only got 3 contesting the corner, so they should be able to push it pretty much all the way back to the corner, first corner here.
Just spotted someone in chat saying about the classic, and I put that in speech marks, Orisa Zarya combo.
That's a good Zarya. We don't call them until we create them.
Yeah.
The team should be.
I think Varaf's idea is that because of the long sight lines, I'm just going to be quiet when CMP comes in.
Bit of it's a bit of a better time DMP. Unfortunately, there's no follow up again, so they're not getting too much value out of it for now.
This is a bit of a problem with the comp the Rafa running, is that what do you combo it with? I mean, you can do a meteor strike, but it's, you know, not a big damage. If you had maybe a Reaper or an Ash or something that can spam a little bit more damage, it would be better. I mean, EMP is still good if JD is running it.
And if they were running a Rhine as well, they could combine it with Shatter, so EMP the Rhine shield and get the Shatter off. But all the EMP Diva Bomb would be useful, but not really much to follow up.
It's very back and forth. Welchi is somehow staying alive and managed to get a grab off.
And Zen's just floating around trying to get a few picks. They don't get
trying.
And the Reaper falls at the end, but just falls short, but a really good push from the Falcons.
Yeah, Havana is a very tough to finish. Point C especially, you can just get stalled out there forever. So it was a good push, managing to almost complete Havana with the Falcons. Falcons defending next round.
Initiating match.
Do you think there's going to be any comp changes though from Varaf? I mean, the Falcons do seem kind of stuck on Varine, which worked a little bit better against the comp this time. The Orisa Zarya combo though doesn't synergize very well, so are you expecting any changes?
I wouldn't be surprised if they go dive here. It's one that you tend to do quite a bit, or a sort of Sigma Zarya. Who knows what they're going to put after Mr. Zarya? Trying to call that is quite difficult, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go some sort of dive here, or a Sigma. They've got a Sigma, maybe a Sigma Zarya. Now they've gone Hanzo. Have they gone? Okay, Orisa.
It's just
See the May coming out for Falcons. So any kind of front line could be disrupted, especially if they try and go Ryan.
Very spammy comp coming up from Raf, which is very good on Havana, especially for first. Welshi unsure what to go on, and Valkyrie jumping on the Genji, possibly uncertain if the Falcons are going to have a long range DPS. He might want to go back and change, but we'll see what he gets out of it.
Yeah, seeing the May, you'll probably be wanting to run back spawn quite quickly, I can imagine.
Swanky playing very safe, knowing that JD is there looking for pot shot. Pagan Boy maybe getting a little bit too hungry for the kill on the Widow. Big hook from Welshi. But nobody's really been pushing the payload, so as long as the Falcons get back, they've got plenty of time to recontest. Or maybe they don't need to, they can just push W and get the kills on the recontest.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Barrier activated.
Swank with a window here, might be able to get some damage. DXT will be able to spam a little bit through it, Campo will be able to spam a little bit through it. A Fire Strike which would do 200 damage. The Blaze comes out from Valkyrie vote.
My will.
trying to deflect their coalescence. Unsuccessful, unfortunately. Maybe in the new patch. But Falcons do get a few picks on that. They may be able to recontest. The kite is currently not being pushed at all. But the RF do clean up with picks on DXD and Biggest.
Yeah, do they know somebody should be pushing payload? Because at the moment it's rolling backwards. And they might be getting the kills.
There we go.
There you go. He realises now.
It's one of those, that's someone else's job, I'm sure.
Like, shouldn't we have capped this by now?
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Yeah, some people were just asking about SR. It's a bit of a mix in this game. It's mostly around the mid-flat area, although there's a couple of higher and a couple of lower players in the mix as well.
Repairing the damage.
Unlucky hook around JD. I'm not sure if he's spotted that the hog's shooting at him. So he gets a bit of Valkyrie, but then JD gets picked up to lead, so DXD. I think maybe trying to...
Yeah, B comes up quite early. There's not really much to use the beat against defensively, so just want to use it aggressively, I think, to really clean up this fight. And I imagine that should be the second point for the RF.
Not too barely getting away. Yeah, like you said, I don't think they can really contest this one. Campo might be trying to get a little cheeky kill. But if he gets discorded by Doided, I was going to say Doided might get him, but with a headshot from downtown from Pagan, it's just an easy left click to finish off from Campo. So we're seeing the power of a Widow and his long range both getting some picks. And Pagan actually getting maybe the better of the other Widow.
I don't think JD will stand for that much longer. Oh, he's got it. Yeah, Valkyrie will just look to try and contest that Widow as best he can.
And Valkyrie is maybe regretting that last dash. So a good hold on the first point to see here from Falcons. They've got lots of ults. Valkyrie actually swapping over to the Pharah, with Pagan playing pretty well on the Widow at the moment. Getting a pick again onto JDE. I'm not sure whether he's going to get too much out of it.
Yeah, it's extremely open last point as well, so it should be fairly easy for the Pagans to be able to spot him. And
Valkyrie, very close to running out of fuel. It depends if Valkyrie can kind of hide from the line of sight, then he might be able to just get some constant chip damage down. Going on a bit of a flank.
In flank around.
Is he going to be spotted? I was wondering if Pagan was going to turn around, but Gonzio forced him down instead. Valkyrie unspotted. Which in one way is a good thing, but he's also not contributing to the fight right now. So it's just giving the time for Falcons to kind of stabilise a little bit on point and stop the progress.
Yeah, Pharah is dominating the sky, so just raining down rockets, which if he's not doing that, then the Falcons really won't mind too much. But Pagan goes down, so Valkyrie might be able to get a little bit of damage off him now.
The power of destruction.
It's stabilised, so they're doing a good job at just halting the payload completely. It's not got much progress at all since it's got to this last corner. Even though they're getting a pick, even though JD are getting a pick. He has won that duel once or twice, so I don't blame him for going for it. supercharger out from Pokey means that everybody's getting a nice damage boost. JD on the super flank taking that high ground. I think Pagan realizing that he was going to switch onto a Kree, but then he needs to win this Widow duel.
60 seconds remaining.
Parallel duty's been forgotten a little bit again. And JD.
JD forgetting he probably did not grapple.
wanting a little swim.
Surrender to my will.
Valkyria might be just hoping for a cheeky boop or for a big barrage, especially with nobody looking. He's trying. Welsh with a grab coming into this next fight. With Valkyr's barrage might be able to seal this kind of final one. But that's a very far back grab. I'm not even sure who's in it.
Justice reigns from above.
Campo using a whole hog to push everyone back. Trying desperately to carry this. Doing a pretty good job at getting doided. I thought it was going to get pulled up from a hole then. Big hammer just gets rid of Zarya. He does have a nano for him, which he's just going to chuck out. Push back that Orisa. But somebody's still contesting. But the Falcons managed to hold.
Victory. Play of the game.
Not do ever play of a game without a boop. Just assisting on a couple of kills there and barely managed to get rid of Big Guest on there with the help of Pokey. So REF, as some people are saying, REF has begun the reverse sweep. Whether they can continue, I guess we'll see.
We appear to have lost Five Eyes on the camera, but hopefully he'll be back any minute. Yeah, what a game. I mean, that was pretty intense as well, and well done on Falcons for holding. That was pretty impressive. That sneaky play at the end there didn't really pay off, I think, for RAF, but it was worth the try anyway. I think you hit the nail on the head there where you said, it's not contributing to the fight, and that obviously played a big part in what happened next.
Yeah, they were hopeful, and one boop into a drink, which they managed to get onto the hog at the end. Can be obviously a great opportunity when you're getting rid of a 600 or with Take a Breather 900 HP hero. But I think just hoping a little bit too much from that one ability, which has quite a long cooldown in the terms of a fight, not being able to contribute to the rest of a fight going on when they're trying to push around the corner.
Yeah. So next map we've got coming up is either Temple of Anubis and Hanamura, if that's correct. Any thoughts on that selection, boys?
5 hours?
Hello, am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Apologies. Yeah, I think we'll see much the same from Falcons. Always been playing sort of fairly brawly comps, especially with both these maps. I've got really strong choke points for defense, sort of really enclosed sort of corridors that you can kind of spam and have those close fights. The RF again, they've sort of had a mixture of comps. I think they're trying to find to try out different combinations. So it'll be interesting to see what they play. Perhaps get back to the dive that they had on the first point.
Looks like it is going to be Anubis, which is obviously an interesting map with lots of kind of choke points and interesting angles. So any thoughts on the fact that they have chosen Anubis for this next game?
I'm not too surprised. Although you can play a lot of different comps, especially at the level that these guys are playing, but also at higher levels, Rhine Zarya, which is what they've been playing quite a lot of, or Rhine Hog. Rhine just does a little bit better. Maybe not so much for point A because there's a lot of high ground around it, but definitely for point B, Rhine is kind of a bit of a staple for Anubis, whether you're playing around him or just to contest the point a little bit.
All right, looks like we are going into Anubis now, so I'll leave it with you guys. Take it away.
Initiating match.
So this is our first, possibly the last map of the day. We'll see what happens. People in chat hoping for the reverse sweep, so we could have another couple of maps in store yet. But this one is your assault map, or as we all love to call it, or all hate to call it, 2CP. 2CP is very different in terms of there's just one capture point, you capture that, and then a second capture point, you capture that. Games can be very different, whether there is for the full hold, meaning that the opposition doesn't get a single tick, which is like when you the 33% intervals, or you can end up going to round 8 and just the games lasting forever. So we'll see what different comps are coming out. It looks like Wrath on defense first are going for a divey comp, which you can play with all these high ground positions around to collapse onto the enemy team, and the Falcons coming out on, like they've been playing all day so far, a very brawly comp, but with Pagan on the Widow to maybe take that bridge at the start.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers.
Yeah, we've got another change going on with JD going on to the D.Va. He's playing Doomfist, so we'll see how he gets on. He's trying all the roles, seeing what he likes, I think. So he's get the RF going for the dive here. May cause a lot of issues for Pagan on the Widow with this dive. They managed to spot his position early.
Yeah, big nade there from Pokey from her back. Is Pokey switched roles as well this round?
Yes, but I think Pokey switched with. It's all gone.
JD.
With main tank. It's now gone off. Flick support.
Go. I think you hear.
Yeah, JD's gone. With Gonzio as DPS now.
Gonzio requesting the heals.
We're a flexible team. Just trying out new things.
Okay, harassing from her back. I wonder if he's going to try and go for a hack. Or just to pressure out the lamp early, which he does.
I'm out of here.
And Pagan switching over to the Echo, which isn't too bad, especially if they haven't really got any ranged damage to kind of shoot him out of the sky. Stick from Gonzio just onto the shield.
Quite a lot of damage against these dive tanks. There's not much you can really do.
It does force out Transcendence.
I know what I'm doing.
Peace be upon you.
And Pokey just kind of being able to do whatever he wants from her back. Which is the best thing to happen if you ever play Anna, just being able to sit on the back and heal without any interruptions whatsoever.
That's great. Just we noticed in the sort of brawly comp, they're going to have to try and go up to the high ground, which they are doing now. They're going up to the high ground, just trying to stop the Anna.
I like the idea, just rushing the Anna, being able to hold that high ground, meaning that anyone diving him has to come into a full brawl. But with EMP starting off that fight, I think they need just a quick reset. I would say try that route again though, and they're not going to have quite as much and as many tools to work with. Welshy's Prime was going to be a little bit of a problem to maintain that high ground, but then again, the Moira and Lucia kind of want to be playing right behind their tanks anyway, so they don't. Whereas the Anna kind of likes to be playing from a little bit further back.
Yeah, because they are playing so brawly, and that little corridor on the right, they should have the advantage with the tanks that the RF have got. They may even expend a shatter in the corridor.
Another huge nade there from Pokey. Dixie and Campo trying to even it out, but I think this is now 2v4. And with just under a minute left, just for shatter, you're going to have Grav Blossom coming in on this next fight, but with Transcendence, a D.Va Bomb, and Welshy holding onto that Primal, it's going to be very difficult to even get a tick onto A. But they're pushing in pretty quick. And actually kill Welshy before he pops a Primal. So this is an opportunity now.
Very big pick for the Falcons there. Choosing the D.Va Bomb off the top shelf. Don't really need to use it just for now. they've got fairly even for the Falcons. They've just lost their main tank with the Shatter, so they've not got much left on point.
I think Doi did play that pretty well, knowing, well, I was going to say knowing that the fight was over, but the tanks are still going in to just try and burn a bit of time off. Possibly we can test that.
Yeah, they're just stalling for time, but I think this should be the Falcons.
Yeah, with a respawn's coming back now from a Falcons. Raph just need to back off now and to get ready for point B. Valkyrie might just get a couple of shots off to finish off the EMP for the first push. Falcons maybe being a bit undecided on which route they want to take. Valkyrie seeing if there's anyone he can pick up on the back. Huge eat from JD. Just allowing Void to hold onto his Transcendence.
Big sleep by Pokey. Negates the Death Blossom, and the Trans taking away a lot of the damage from the Grav.
Beat invested.
He does come up though, so keeping the team fight stable.
Might be able to burn Welshie down, but Campo going very low. He needs to get some kills to be able to survive this push, but with everyone else falling down around him. That is the first push, which wasn't too bad. I mean, you got quite a few ults. You got Transcendence, you got Primal, and Bomb out. The only problem is they need to make this next fight for Falcons. That is a quick one, just to try and either get a couple of ults out. Maybe just accept this next fight is going to be a Valkyrie MP. Pagan getting harassed by the DPS.
Down for the count.
Just pushing this sort of spawn of Falcons, just trying to extend the time. There's just a minute left now, so Falcons just need to regroup within their own spawn and then push out as a group.
I like this.
Hold really high.
Yeah, just forcing this frontline spawn camping, as some people will say, just stopping them from progressing. With a minute left, I mean, they had 3 minutes when this started. They've only got 1 minute left to even get to point, and they're just being held directly outside of their point.
Just slightly mistimed the MP bomb, but the Falcons are now traded. Good pin by Lucas. And then I go to Winston. He will have his ult coming up shortly. Grab and Blossom up for the Falcons.
Doing a good job at just holding Welshie down. Free Primal. God, to your saying that you got free in chat. He might be able to get Reaper kill. He doesn't, but they're all so low. The Raph can come out and just stall for a little bit longer, then they're going to have spawn advantage and they might be able to hold off this push. 45% currently.
We should look to use B as soon as the team come back in, just to really finish off this fight. Bastion in the right hand side.
Sneaky Bastion over
He
there.
wasn't happy with his lack of 3 kills, so he just decided to go in. Big kill on the
Oh, no.
I think they used the Alicia beat a bit earlier, but yeah. That's why 2 CP is a fun for all Overwatch players, as you mentioned before. We all love it.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him use the beat and spotting the... I mean, just keeping somebody on point while everyone just takes down the Bastion, because if you leave him uncontested and nobody's shooting at him, he's going to get 2 or 3 kills like that.
Yeah, you could have been really aggressive, maybe leaving Lucia on point with the kind of AoE heals, and then the rest of the team, or even half the team going after the Bastion, probably could have been enough with the health that the beat would have provided them.
It was a sketchy start though. The Falcons do manage to get at least 45% onto point B, and so it gives some sort of win condition. If Valkyrie run a similar sort of dive, but they're running a brawl, I think maybe they thought that the dive was working at the start, but for point B it's a little bit more difficult to use. They just want to start off, at least at the moment, with a brawl. There's still 30 seconds left, so I wouldn't be surprised if they change it up a little bit more.
Could have used a little more time to get ready.
Sombra having quite a bit of an impact though. The last EMP, I don't know if it caught anybody. Hoping to get a cheeky EMP bomb from the back, but the rest of them have been pretty good. Do you think the Falcons need to do anything about that?
Yeah, fortunately for them, the timing's just slightly off. But if they do work out the timing, then they really do need to try and figure out the best way of either negating that with a sort of Baptiste hiding or with their own sort of defensive ultimate, just to try and remove any kind of damage coming in from the EMP. But at the minute they're going for a Moira Brig. We'll see how that goes. Obviously the Brigitte will sort of disrupt the Tracer in the back line to a certain.
There's no big kind of AoE ults on the side of bit of hog on hog from the side of Baraf this match, but whole hog, coalescence with EMP, and they're all still pretty good.
A lot of folk coming off on the high ground. Not a huge amount the Falcons can do because they've dropped on the to low ground. Unless they want to go up the bridge and really contest, there's not much they can do from that. And the Tracer's flanking the back line, so really all angles covered by the RF to try and take this point.
Yeah, Gonzio just doing really distracting a back line. And like you said, the Falcons didn't really have much to go on. I mean, they couldn't push for high ground, so they were getting spams from the Orisa. But I thought they were maybe going to be able to hold that until respawns came in, but Gonzo had different ideas.
The angle that they used, they were quite open on the point, so if they'd used those sort of corner, they might have been better protected. Go into the second fight, see if the Falcons can have a similar luck that the RF did with spawns. The lamp comes out quite early. They do have coalescence and bongos up. They want to use that quite early. Possibly use bongos with the coalescence, very powerful.
Maybe even just trapping a window in here as well. I mean, they do only need 45%.
And Pokey's very uncontested on the high ground. So that should be the game for the RAF. Just a very strong push, using all ults at the end just to try and secure that. I understand that they need 45%, so just it's a really quick try close off for that point.
A rare Orisa play of a game. I do like an Orisa play of a game, but when you've got bongos coalescence does quite a lot of damage. Maybe a little surprised I didn't see window chucked in there as well, just for the memes. But yeah, really strong push, and a good defense as well from Maraf, whereas the Falcons just seem to struggle to get into there.
Well, GG to both teams, but obviously commiserations to Falcons and congratulations to the RAF. Well done, guys. That was very impressive gameplay and obviously showing some strategies there that were just unbreakable from the Falcons' perspective. We've got coming up next League of Legends, but just before we head over to that, thank you very much, guys, for casting. Do you just want to give us a little bit of post-game analysis and maybe wrap up this segment?
I think we mentioned about the comps that RAF were playing, they were quite different, and that they were really good at kind of putting a lot of pressure onto the Falcons. They were stuck in this kind of Zarya hog, which is great for point control. But if you're just getting spammed from different angles, you can only survive for so long, and we saw that again on Anubis. And then I guess Gonzio just had a little bit of a time of his life on Anubis, just kind of cutting up the bunkery defense and getting 3 or 4 kills on that last push. So really good play from him.
Yeah, just sort of showing the flexibility of the current meta, really.
Yeah. But yeah, it was good. I mean, it was close. But the reverse sweep hope was there, but then quickly disappeared on Anubis.
That was very unfortunate at the end. Valiant effort from both teams. Yeah. So I mean, obviously, Five Eyes, you are representing the Royal Air Force today. Is there any words that you want to give to your comrades?
That was a really good performance. As I said, we've got quite a mixed team of people from different sort of ranks and experiences, so it's really good to see sort of coming together. Not really played much as a team, the whole lot of them, so it's really great to see. Falcon sides, really positive from them, really staying groups. Probably difficult for them to see so many random compositions coming at them, so but they played really well, and overall really competitive game.
Fantastic stuff. All right, well, thank you very much, Five Eyes and Servitude, for being with us and casting the games today. It's been a real pleasure to have you on. We will be back shortly with League of Legends, which is going to be the RAF Esports team taking on East Norfolk Knights. So really excited to watch that one, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the World Esports Day. This is our second game of the day where British Esports are taking on the RAF. It's been a close competition so far, with Fisher Falcons only narrowly losing 3-1 in a best-of-5 to the RAF in Overwatch. Thank you, everybody who's joined in the chat. I really appreciate you guys all being here, and thank you for the follows and the subs and the donations. If you are interested in donating, of course, I will post the link there for you in the chat. All monies raised today are going towards the charity Special Effects, which, if you haven't heard, really supports those gamers who are interested but have physical disabilities, and are on a, they create some really fantastic stuff like customized joysticks, things that you can control with your eyes to kind of help performance in game for those people who need a bit of assistance. So yeah, if you do want to go check that out, please do. Also, please do check out the World Esports Day website. I've just posted a link there as well. This is obviously our contribution from the British Esports Association, but if you want to find out what others are doing, please do go ahead there and go to the activities page where you can see what everybody is up to. Okay, so without further ado, we'll get straight stuck into the League of Legends game which we have going on today. I've got two fantastic casters. I've got Demo and Sutty. So welcome in, guys. How are you both?
Very good, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. I'm glad to be given the opportunity to cast on World Esports Day, and hopefully it's just as exciting as what the Overwatch match was.
Yeah, me too. So Sutty, how are you doing, friend?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I'm looking forward to this game. I'm expecting like a really good game. We've seen East Norfolk Knights play in the BEA already on stream, and that game was an absolute banger. So I'm expecting something similar, and I'm very happy to be here.
Fantastic. All right, so just before we get started, obviously, Sutty, people have seen you on the stream before, but Demo, you're new to the stream, so do you want to just tell us a little bit about your background, who you are, what you do?
Well, in terms of what I work in education myself, but I've been playing League for the best part of 6-7 years now, casting all sorts of previous tournaments like Rivals, Equinox, things like that, just amateur leagues, and now I'm in something called Valence League, which I cast and play in as well. And it was actually John Joe, shout out to him for giving me the opportunity to be able to cast in this. And just hoping to try and build on that casting experience and enjoy today.
All right, great stuff. So it looks like we're about to get into the pick and ban phase. If anybody has any kind of things they want to just shout out, I mean, obviously, Sutty, you've seen the teams play before, so have you got any predictions?
I'm expecting it to be, and we spoke about this on the stream before, I'm expecting this to be another battle of the mid laners. Nicholas was the Starman previously, and today his champion pool will be challenged by, I believe it will be a Rengar Lodbrok in the mid lane. They have very similar champion pools, these high mechanical champions, so I expect the mid lane to be important.
Amazing. And Demo, I don't suppose you've managed to do any research on either of the teams today?
Yeah, I have. I know both mids doing. Okay, there we go. I was going to say I know both mids do look like they can. With a big hit. Nicholas, I seen. We're looking up the OP.GG, seeing that he was Diamond 1, Grandmaster and Flex. Cat Arena player, kind of automatically just want to ban that straight away. I'm not sure. Are they playing like in order of what they are in the champ site, or are they just loaded in?
I'm not exactly sure. Let me just have a quick look at the client there.
That'd be because I've got them. I've got obviously some things.
So I can talk about the Knights for you. So they have supporting Otter in the top lane. There'll be Ice Steel Brothers in the jungle. As I said, Nicholas in the mid lane, Gamer Lord at AD carry, and that leaves Twisted Ascendant at support.
Yeah.
There you go. And I'm not exactly sure about the RAF Esports, but I guess we'll find out soon enough.
They are. Oh, I thought they were roughly in order, but it's. Yeah, actually they should be. Yeah. Okay, that looks right. It's just that they had a couple players, like I know Paralinx had Oriana and Ari, mainly from OP.GG. So like you're trying to do a bit of research and you see they play mid laners, it's like, oh, okay, what do they actually play? So I guess maybe fitting into the mage enchanter supports instead. That could be what he's going to go for. We'll have to wait and see. But the Cloudband take it away. Morgana as well. Very frustrating champion to play against, so not going to be shown today.
Yeah, and supporting Otter, he's a big Fiora player that's already been banned away, and maybe the RF have done some Voraroos and they saw that it was Twisted Ascendant playing the Morgana. They were playing the Morgana Xayah lane in the BEA games, and this is kind of something. Even if it's not the Morgana, something similar we expect out of the Knights, that they'll play a safer bot lane and play towards the top side of the map. So it's interesting to see that they've already banned that away.
Yeah, I just wonder if he's going to go for. Okay, they're going to go for the Wukong. And I know that could be flex because Unbound's got his main champion this season anyway is the Wukong, but it's primarily a top laner now. So, but I'm surprised he didn't want to lock in the Asini has I think it's like 184 games on that pick this season.
Yeah,
so
well, this might be going towards the jungle. Unbound has been playing this in the jungle, and as you said, the Urgot is definitely his favoured pick, especially as the Kled's been banned away. The Hecarim coming out, this is exactly what Steel Brothers played in the jungle before, maybe going towards a similar comp. They played the Fiora last time, so they can't play that again, but they may take the support here.
Yeah, and it could be something like a Shen. I mean, the banned the Galio, but having the Hecarim with something like a Galio and a Shen is very impressive for a dive combination. But you could just go for the Lulu. Okay, I mean, if we're going off World's meta, then it's a bit of a stretch. That could be top lane, but a bit of a stretch. It most likely will be support.
I mean, it's quite a safe bot lane. It'll be a disenchanted support. I expect it to go towards the support pick. He's been playing these enchanted supports, and I quite like the pick away. Lulu is such a strong counter into the Hecarim. After he's used the ult, after he's been unstoppable, you can polymorph him, and the Hecarim becomes like seriously useless.
Yeah, we see the Leona walked in as well. That's in combination with most AD carries in this meta is just very, very scary. Especially if you're behind and on the back foot and don't have that mission control, she can just surprise you in the space of a second. And you don't have anyone to face check right now either, so of course there's more champions to be picked. But again, another champion to join that backlane access that Kai'Sa going to be locked in. And so far, it looks like the RAF have everything they want.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really strong combo in the bot lane. The Leona proccing Kai'Sa's passive, making her deal so much damage. But as you said, I expect maybe them to take a tank in the top lane here. They have no face check really apart from the Hecarim. We actually expect to go towards the damage, and this might just be it. This might be the Gnar.
Yeah, well, second most played so far for Mr. Otter, and it looks like it's just going to be something that he can definitely use with the Lulu as well. When he is mini, he won't be completely useless inside of teamfights. He'll be able to actually have the W and the E from Lulu and maybe potentially make him a bit more of a threat with his auto attacks and chase down. But yeah, primarily just getting there with the ultimate. Hecarim goes in. They can combo that with maybe like an Orianna and maybe an Ashe to set off the fights. It could be very, very scary, but the Olaf getting banned away, I feel like it's pretty good. The early game of Olaf is very, very strong into Hecarim and doesn't really care about Lulu's polymorph, so probably a good ban to take away.
Yeah, and it looks like they are actually expecting this Wukong to go towards the top lane if they're banning away these junglers, which is interesting. But obviously we see an AD carry ban away. There's still the mid lane and the AD carry pick for the Knights. And RAF, we think this Wukong is going towards the jungle, but obviously their mid laner and their top laner to pick. But I do like this from the Knights. We talk about Nicholas, he's the highest elo player on this team. They are on the red side, and it does look like they're going to be giving this the fifth pick, the counter pick, over to him.
Yeah, I'm somewhat surprised in a way, showing the bot lane that they didn't go for a good carry third pick, but take it away. They're not really afraid of if it's going to be the Wukong top with that flex. We see the Akali take it away. They don't want that potential threat into the backline dive. If you've got so many champions going one way, you need to watch out for any sort of assassins or backline access. And taking an assassin away is a good idea. See what they're going to last ban.
And yeah, it's another AD carry ban. I agree. I think maybe they should have taken the AD carry on that red side third pick, as the bot lane was already shown. But they can just take it here and save the counter pick for mid lane. Both of these mid laners, they both play the high skill cut champions. It was Nicholas playing the Akali before, and this is similar to what Rengar Lobrock plays there in the mid lane. This Akali, so this might be a contested pick.
Yeah, it should be a case for just trying to get this counter pick. I don't know if they want to put the Wukong into the Gnar now, but they can of course, counterpick this. But both the Akali and the counter in way. Nicholas's potential assassin pools, slightly cut. And it looks like it could just be okay. It's going to be the Malphite. I guess it's just going to try to stonewall this Gnar. Potentially just try to farm up, play for the place where we see something like an Orianna to finish this comp off. Just something that's very well rounded. The presence are. It does beg the question though: do we just see a Silas from Nicholas? Does that just come out and then you're in a really tight spot? It could be okay. This could be very, very interesting to do go with something like a Castle. Okay, wow, that's not the direction I expected them to go, to be honest.
Well, I also think it's quite dangerous blinding the Castin. I think the biggest thing is that they know that Nicholas does have to pick an AP champion here. And
Does he?
maybe I'm completely wrong.
No, he doesn't. They're okay. So, right, I'm thinking they snowball through mid so hard that it doesn't matter that Malphite has 400 armor. It doesn't matter. Kaisa can get Zhonya's pretty easily as well. Like Tabby's comes out from Leona. She's very tanky early. Things like Knight's Vow, almost double in value from gaining the shield and the value of the champions you're against. It seems like the RAF have got a definite win condition here. I guess the idea of they have to pick AB because we can take Casman. That's good. A little bit short. So we'll see how that works out. But yeah, we'll probably be seeing a lot of mid lane focus.
I think it's really interesting. You already said that they're gonna have to snowball really hard, especially through this mid lane, because this Wukong who builds up armor and the Malphite and Leona who are going to be building armor are going to be completely unkillable, and that they have more than enough scaling on their team. The Castellan will do that on their own. Will do it on his own, but the Kaiser again will just tear through the Knights team.
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about the. Sorry to interrupt you there, Demo. The picks and bans there. I mean, if you're looking at the way and the order that they banned out, like East Norfolk Knights really focusing on banning away those heavy tank champions, those big engages, the Galio, the Kled, and that's gonna. That kind of tells me a little bit that they're scared of big engage comps, and of course. RAF have responded by picking a Malphite, which is going to throw a spanner in the works a little bit. But of course, if you look at the RAF bans, they're banning away very kind of hyper carry champions. The Vayne, the Katarina, the Fiora. Those are the people that they're obviously scared of. Those individual plays that can just literally ruffle stomp. In a 1v3 or something like that. So that kind of, to me, a little bit, it shows the fears from both of the teams.
Yeah, so the thing I love about this.
Sorry. No, I was just going to say to before, like the point of the heavy engagers. Yeah, they banned away the things like the Nautilus and the Olaf that stops CC. But I feel like the main one, that Malphite, is the one that maybe they should have watched out for. But yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see if it was the right call.
Yeah, absolutely, and with the Leona as well, that's just going to be an absolutely horrific combination. That Malphite Leona is going to look really, really strong, particularly towards the mid and late game. And then, of course, obviously that Kassadin is just going to be farming heavily in the mid game. Getting to that level 16 power spike as soon as possible, level 11, and then just roaming. And that's going to be a real problem, I think, for the East Norfolk Knights.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I like out of this RAF team is we spoke about the Knights needing to snowball, but what the RAF have drafted is engage. They have engaged from the Leona, they're from the Malphite and the Wukong. So if they are behind, they still have tools to make picks and take fights when they feel like they're strong. To try and work their way back into the game if they are behind in gold.
Yeah, and I just wonder if the Castellan build is going to be armor focused as well, because I've seen the Frozen Heart coming out. You get the Seraphs, you get the Zhonyas, and even you're a pseudo tank that gets to 16 and still does near enough the same amount of damage as well. So that could be a potential build from. We'll of course have to wait and see. Is the 3-minute pause is always something that I hate that 3-minute pause that's spectatorly, but.
Yeah, well, we don't want any stream sniping, do we? So there is that.
Very true. Of course.
Yeah.
Just when you want to get into the action,
I know. I'm desperate to as well. It's just a practice there that we're used to having. Obviously, we stream games every Wednesday for our British Esports Championships, so it's become something of normal practice for us to have that stream delay on. So even though this is just a show match, obviously, we don't want any cheating going on from either of the teams here. So that 3-minute delay is quite necessary. But it does look like we are loading into the game soon. We're just in the loading screen now, and then I'll be giving it away to you guys to take over. So final predictions based on the picks and draft.
I feel like. See, I was very confident giving it to RAF, but now that I've seen the Ignite electrocute on the Kassadin, I'm very scared that he just gets camped by the Ignite Hecarim, gets run down, and could be very scary. So I think I'm just going to go the RAF based off the armor, but it's a very, very scared prediction, I can say.
I think I'm going to go towards the Knights. They showed that they can play a really strong early game in the BEA when they played. And, a lot of this will be on Nicholas in the mid lane to shut down this Kassadin. And I think we've already seen that he has the tools to do so. And as you said, like this Kassadin has taken Ignite, so there's no TV there. And he has Electrocute, no fleet footwork. So I think he might just struggle in this mid lane.
All right, looks like we are going into game now, so I'll hand it over to you guys. Best of luck for the cast, and best of luck to both teams.
Thank you. And yeah, I'm glad we're finally into the game. It's going to be a very close early game, I feel like. I don't think it's going to be anything too crazy. The champions just don't suggest it. When you got things like Leona, especially the power at level 6 that they have, where do you expect the junglers to focus though, considering this mid lane looks like it could be a very, very volatile lane in terms of the Kassadin with Ignite, but also the direct counter that is Lucian. Do you think we'll just get a lot of mid lane focus, or do you think they want to try and get this Lulu Tristana behind?
I think the Knights will be playing towards the top side of the map. Hecarim clearing from his blue up towards his red, and clearing, constantly clearing on respawn the Raptors and the Wolves to be close to that mid lane. But he may even look to help his top lane and bot lane push out the waves, give them the pressure there to help even move them to even dive the mid lane as a 3 or a 4 to really put the pressure on this Kassadin. Because the thing is, this Kassadin, it is inevitable. If you get to the level 11, level 16, it's so hard to deal with. Obviously, they do have the polymorph, and then apart from that, it's little bits of CC like the Tristana ultimate or that kind of situational Gnar ult. So I expect the Hecarim to go towards the top lane.
Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't a Raptor start, considering the Hecarim is very, very good doing that camp on his own. As we see the call start from Lucian as well, who's just, of course, going to be very, very confident, just shoving it in. But then again, I'm kind of glad that he picked, the Kassadin with Ignite, regardless of rank, whatever. He's clearly unfazed by it. Wants to go with the champion he feels most comfortable with in the situation. So hopefully he doesn't get put. I was also surprised though the Ignite didn't come out from Nicholas. Still wants that side lane pressure with that TP.
Yeah, so I think the thing with the TP is that you can get an item advantage instead of that pressure advantage. So when he has enough gold, he can go towards the Blade of the Rune King. I think this game, I know we see a lot of Manamune these days, but this game, as we said, this has to be snowballed out of control from the side of East North Knight. So I'd love to see the Blade of the Rune King come out this game from him. So as I said, you can trade more. You can even take single tower shots and heal back up with the Blade of the Rune King, Vampire Accept, Lifesteal. So I don't mind it too much, as we already see a mid lane setup.
Yeah, just see the wraparound already. They know that the Lucian's going to be pushing, as we see a potential gank. He has used the E already, going to be going in. Okay, there's Unbound going to go in. I wonder if he's going to have to burn its flash here. Might not have to. Okay, flashing from Kassadin. He's going to pick up the first blood as well. Lordbrock picking up that kill as Kai'Sa forced back onto the tower. But very good roam there. And I guess they expected that to happen, but punished as well.
I mean, yeah, I love the setup. Nicholas didn't burn his flash, but he has now TP back to lane. The Kai'Sa wasn't even punished in the lane. She's more than keeping up in the CS. She didn't have to blow any summoners, and she'll even catch his wave. She might even have a CS advantage. So I love this play at the RAF. And as you said, that first blood, it did go onto the Kassadin. Is this game doomed? Who knows?
I'm looking at it and I'm thinking level 3 to level 4 probably going to be maybe 5 to 4 as well. 26 to 5 in
Very
CS.
true. Very true.
Yeah, the gold's even. That's the thing. And it looks like he is going to be going for the Glacial Shred early on. Potentially could just be like Tabby's in a tier. We'll have to wait and see, of course, the build path. But yeah, it's a very proactive start. I mean, you know, we see Leona's roaming quite often if they, want to play it right. And already we've seen that. And he does keep his flash though, so potential for that to happen again. He does have it, but yeah, good coordination in RF. And we see top pretty even as well. Pot just used from Malphite. Looks like he's going to be fine. Bot and Bound could be caught here. Does have his access to the flash though. Well, this could be pretty scary. No Kai'Sa there. TP's coming in. Malphite level 4. Isn't going to get the first blood. He'll use. Lynx is going to pick up another kill. We see Nar on the backside. Could pick up Finheart. Has to pull his flash. It's in a 4v1 situation right now. It's going to go down. It's going to be able to get Mega in time. It's going to go down. Oh, yeah, that was very, very clutch. And we just see so many summoners burned. I mean, there is only... Actually, there is all 10 summoners down from the side of the Ari. And we do have 4 flashes the side of the Knights. And that is an absolute crazy start with 3-0 and 1,000 gold lead. The RF are going to be very happy. And all before the level 6 as well, where their playmaking potential really thrives.
Yeah, I love this play out of them. Obviously, it's Unbound trying to play for the Skull Crab. The Skull Crab is actually still up, but the TP down from the Malphite, I thought it might be a problem as he was being poked down in that Gnar lane, and he didn't actually have very much mana. But he was much quicker on the TP, and he was there first, and was able to pick up a kill for himself, which will help him a lot in this lane, as we already saw he was being pushed on the tower. So there's a lot of pressure in the lanes for East Norfolk Knights, and I would love to see this Hecarim invade, use the pressure from his lanes, and steal away camps from the Wukong. And as we see, it was Castin moving up top lane to pick up the CS there. He does have the Tear of the Goddess, and that'll be nice for him to stack up. But I loved your point about the Frozen Heart. The Frozen Heart and the Abyssal Mask. Obviously, I don't think we'll see the Abyssal Mask this game as there's no magic resist. But these items are really strong on Castin because he scales so well off mana.
Yeah, it's kind of like an old school Rise kind of build.
Yeah,
that might come through. You never know. It might just change. It might just go Seraps and Zonias, certain Tabbies, Lich Bane, so on. But I felt like the top lane swap could have been done a little bit cleaner. I felt like Castin could have maybe stayed for another wave or two before transitioning back. But then again, it does give him Unbound a lot more freedom to pick up that level, so he'll be closer to 6. I'm actually just going to see if I can check that. So he is 2/3 to 6 already. So, it's enough minutes into the game, he's in a very good spot. Plus picking up that wave in mid 2. Yes, there is a deficit, but, if this casting is anything like Thanos, it is inevitable. So we'll have to wait and see as the second round of buffs come up, and we'll see what they're going to make a play next.
Yeah, so it's the first blood for the RAF, and it's 3-0, but it's not even an 1,000 gold lead. There's so many CS advantages in the lane for the Gnar and the Lucian. The only CS advantage will be this Kai'Sa, who was able to clutchly use that heal in the bot lane play to save the Malphite, and it meant that the Gnar was like really overextending there. And this dragon is still up. It's 7 minutes into the game. I really would like to see Steel Brothers, as I said, use his lane pressure and go towards that dragon and start snowballing there.
Yes, we do see Unbound is going to hit that level 6 mark as well. So far it's not going to be coming for a little bit of time, but we'll see the buffs taken as we go off. It looks like he's going to be going for the jungler rather potentially the Death Dance start, rather than going for the Triforce or jungle item. So that could be a very interesting start. Do you think that's a bit of an oopsie in a sense, considering we see the Triforce rush most of the time?
I think I don't mind it this game. We've spoken so much about the snowball. That jungle item just gives you so many stats for the amount of gold that item's worth, so I don't mind it too much. That Triforce is such an expensive item that maybe he doesn't feel like he'll have enough time to get there before he can impact the game.
Okay, here we go. Cassidin going to go in, the Riftwalk cycle use, and that's going to be another kill for Lordbrook on the Cassidin, and it just looks so easy, all of a sudden trying to talk about if Hecarim's building the right item, and then all of a sudden we have Unbound getting into the mid lane rather easily and burning that flash too, pick up a kill, and they're going to transition this into an Ocean Drake as well for the RAF side of things. It's going fantastic, and they've only used one ultimate so far. There's plenty of playmaking to be done as well.
Yeah, maybe they got the wrong idea. Maybe they thought we were telling them to snowball the game. So yes. They've done this really well. it's the mid lane pressure at the Lucian, but it's the vision advantage from the RAF around the mid lane, and they're using it really well. They've punished this Lucian overstepping with no vision twice now, as we do actually see him going towards the Manamune build. Very interesting.
Yeah, so not going to be. I mean, I was even thinking of a potential, Black Weaver in there as well. If Nar just picks that up and does manage to get multi-man ult, he can provide the stacks to the champions. Then again, we've also got this Hecarim who hasn't really been able to do much. Steel Brothers, I don't know what the communication is like, but yeah, not even supporting the Lucian who has such a big advantage on his own within this lane. It just seems to be like they're just playing a bit on the back foot for competition, as we've mentioned. As you said, that wants to snowball early and get things going. They just haven't been able to do that. But the gold lead is only 400 at the moment. There's a lot of time left in this game. Yeah, as we see the lost chapter coming through from Cassian, so potentially it could just be, a standard build. Maybe Seraph's just into that zone.
Yeah, I do think that Hecarim, Steel Brothers maybe could have played a bit more aggressive, as I said, using his lane advantages to steal away camps. But he is kind of playing this Hecarim, maybe on autopilot, just playing it as a farming jungler and just farming up his camps. I really want to just touch on big K-Dog here in the bot lane, playing this Kai'Sa. The way he's manipulated his waves when his Leona and his Wukong making plays towards the mid lane is really fantastic. He's been on his own for a lot of this laning phase, and he does actually have a 10 CS lead, 20 CS lead, sorry. So yeah, he's been playing this lane really, really well.
Yeah, and we will get the spikes soon for Lucian. He is only 11 CS on Cull upgrade as well, so a little bit more of a spike in gold. That gold lead in the mid lane is back to 450 roughly for Lucian. So Nicholas still managing to keep that slightly, but it's the fact that the Cassian is so close in gold, and will of course outscale and only getting stronger in this game. That's the worry for the Knights, that they potentially just get outscaled before they do anything proactive, as we do see the Hell taken away, the first Drake taken away as well. And for a proactive team to be losing these first set of objectives, it's getting a little bit scary.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a shame to see the Knights play so well.
Man, just to cut you off there, we're going to get a Malphite ulti and a Wukong ulti onto the Hecarim. We're going to be able to use the onslaught of shadows to get himself out of there. It's going to go down, and yeah, just like that, before you can get your point off, 2 ultis are used, and it's another kill. And now, we get Malphite with another kill. He's quite happy. He's down in CS, but he's got kills. He's absolutely fine. And, once again, the lane advantages are just not coming through for the Knights so far. Yeah, I'll let you hopefully crack on with your point.
Well, that point doesn't matter anymore. There was a lovely pick there. I think the biggest thing is that, look, we can see it on the screen now. Nar is not touching this Malphite. He has more than enough armor. And he's being able to push out the wave, so he's using that lane pressure now that he can push out the wave to move with his Wukong there and make it a really good pick. As you said, the Herald actually went down just beforehand.
It's good. I was going to say it's very good patience shown there from Twisted Ascendant not to be able to use a summoner in fear of a potential threat, but we do see Unbound on the spot. He has been absolutely everywhere. Everywhere you think there could be action, he's been mid, he's been top there in that river there, bot lane for the potential Lucian roam as well. Playing absolutely fantastic 0-5 with 100% kill participation. But the gold lead is only 400, so, actually, cut it to 300 as I say that. As another turret plate goes down. Do you still feel like, that there's a lot of time, or do you just feel like the way the game snowball could just get, scarier and scarier for the Knights to come back?
I think, yeah, exactly. As that clock keeps ticking, it's getting worse and worse for the Knights. And I think, the side lanes have been playing this really well around the casting, not being caught out, not allowing the Knights to make any proactive plays. As I said, look at this wave in the bot lane. They can't really dive with the Hecarim. As we said, he's gone towards the warrior build, so he's not as tanky. And we saw Nicholas actually move down there to try and pick off the Leona and the Kai'Sa, but they weren't able to get anything. So this is looking quite inevitable.
Okay, I was going to see he is looking for the engaged links there. Does have Wukong coming in the bot side. You are going to see the Mist Solar Flare coming out though, but the jump away. Still looking for that threat though. Unbound does have access to that cycle and the flash. He is going to come in. No jump available. TP going to be coming through from Nicholas on this Lucian. Now looking to TP potential as well. Malphite's going to join the fight. Looks like Unbound. It's just going to go down. Kill is going to go over to VX Game Award on the Tristana. Oh, 2-man ulti from Malphite. It's going to pick up a kill on the backside. And we might see any coming through now. Looks like it could be chasing down. Access to the culling. Is he going to be able to use it? Nope. Looks like it's just going to be a 2-for-1 in the end. But then again, with 10 members in the bot lane, okay, we will see, or 9 members in the bot lane rather, but Woodbrook staying in that mid lane, trying to get that farm. Could still be risky. Doesn't have calling, but looks like it could be the end of it. I guess I feel like the RAF still come out favoured there, regardless of the kill tree. Just the fact that Cassidy is able to shove in that wave and get more farm for free, with Lucian expending the TP and the culling and not getting anything out of that. That's not exactly a bad trade for the RAF.
Yeah, I think for the RAF it's a win as long as it's not an advantage for the East Norfolk Knights. As he says, it was just a 1-for-1. They weren't able to get the dragon off it. But again, I like the play. They were all TPs up on the map. And it was Nicholas TPing in first, but the TP from Malphite was much quicker than supporting Otter and the Gnar, and he was able to make the difference before the Gnar could even get there and stack up his ult, which obviously is a really big problem for the Gnar. You can't just TP in and use your ult. You have to get there or prepare it beforehand. So a really well played game so far from Final Heart, using his TP and his lane advantage really well.
Yeah, sadly the Herald does have to be used, but not even going to be able to get shoved in. Unbound is going to come now though, to get this wave potentially shoved in. There's a lot of damage back onto him. But the Herald, the Herald does not get the charge off. Nicholas is able to kill that Herald, and unfortunately they're not able to get the damage off there. With 4 members collapsing on this mid lane right now, it does give Game Award a little bit more time to farm up in that bot lane with the deficit. As is right now, we do see Ice Steel Brothers on the way top lane, but with that Malphite being full health, and I really don't want to click on him for the armor, but I feel like I'm just going out of temptation. With 229 before the activation, it's pretty scary at the moment.
Yeah, it is looking very scary. He's got a Ninja Tabby. That cloth armor in the mid lane was used towards a Ninja Tabby. They have the Hecarim, the Gnar, the Lucian, and the Tristana all doing auto attack damage. So they're getting so much value out of the Ninja Tabby. The Rift Tower was unfortunately not being able to use to break up in the tower or even to get any plates. Maybe after that mid lane play they could have dropped it just for the plates. Sorry, not the mid lane play, the play onto the Hecarim where they were able to catch him out. So it's unfortunate they weren't able to get full value out of that Rift Tower.
Yeah, again though, the proactivity is there in the first place to be able to actually get that Herald. Unbound is on point at the moment with that 0-1-6. It's only going to get scarier. We see trying to potentially maybe freeze in front of his tower. Not going to come through. Do you see the Seraphs and the Ninja Tabby coming through for Woodbrook's Cassidy? And he does have that level 11 mark. We could see an engage in the bot lane. We do have the ultimates available. We're going to see a 2-man cycle coming through. Jump in. Hecarim's going to go in, but Twisted Ascendant's already went down. We're not going to see any TPs coming in there. It's going to be 2 kills. Flashing over is going to get taken down. Nicholas isn't going to be able to get anything done. Kaiser's going to ultimate into there and flashes, gets that kill. Double kill for the Kaiser. Big K-Dog coming up big. 3-0-4 now. Nicholas not able to get anything done on the solution. The counter pick is not working. And again, Woodbrook just gets the chill mid as we see top lane. Poor old supporting Otter. Not really supporting much right now. Just trying to survive in a lane where you think potentially he should be winning.
Yeah, a lovely team fight. I love the proactivity again from the Leona. She sees that she can make a play, and they're able to burst out that Lulu before she can even use her ultimate, that flash or that heal. A lovely CC chain, and it's Kaiser the beneficiary of that. Maybe being able to take this bot lane tower, but she'll have so much gold. She's sitting on 1,100 at the moment. She'll be able to go back and get a Rage Blade. And as you said, Lombrik wasn't even there for that. He was just there farming the mid lane. This is Cassidy's dream. He's already past that level 11 mark, on his way to level 16. So a lovely play. And they were able to get that Mountain Dragon. Think of the value against this full armor team.
Yeah, I mean, even that small percentage, the fact that 6% comes through for the Malphite is absolutely huge, considering his armor count is absolutely enormous. Now sitting at 311 armor, absolutely fantastic. He is loving life. Final Heart is not phased by this game at all. I wonder what champion's going to give him the scratch in the back next. But yeah, the combination of that solar flare into the killer instinct, for instance, never mind the cyclone coming on top of it, and Malphite Cassidy aren't even there to threaten the backline. The onslaught shadows, it's not enough. Even with Tristana, getting a kill at the start of that, Twisted Ascendant goes down far too fast, and there's not much that can be done. But we do see Nicholas maybe looking at potential though. Yeah, Cassian's held on. He is going to go for the Sheen. I presume that's going to be a Lich Bane second, as he's definitely not phased at the moment.
You never know. It may even just be the Iceform Gauntlet. It will give him the Sheen damage as well as the armor. There's so much AD on the other side, and he'll just do so much damage naturally as the Castin. That's maybe something from Game Lord. No. So yeah, the Hecarim is 0-4 in this game. As you said, he died so fast after that Onslaught of Shadows. He's gone towards the Warrior, and he doesn't even have boots yet, so he's so stunted in this game. He doesn't have any health, and he is kind of the only engage if Nara's not there, which he wasn't in that last team fight.
Yeah, and I find strange, normally you do get things like the Sheen first, the Phage for that boop has been the boots, of course. Again, it's Hecarim's core is getting that movement speed up and running early, so you have more damage when you do engage in these ganks with that Ignite as well, but sadly just hasn't come through. I don't know if the communication is quite there between the lanes of the setup is, but we haven't seen any pressure top. They haven't even been able to really pressure this Cassidy enough that he is now down, but it looks like it's going to be engaged in the bot lane. 3v2, Nicholas is on the roam down. It's going to be a flash away from Parallax. It's Leona. Looks like that's just going to be the end of it with the culling burn, but a lot more pressure. Nicholas is trying to get as much done as he can. Sadly, again, they're pushing the mid lane, and Steel Brothers is going to be trying to pick up that tower, but I think the top lane Noodle fight is going to come through. Nicholas is going to TP back to that mid lane tier 2. I don't quite know why, considering, for 4 or 5 minions, burning DP is not really worth it for a potential play. You could side lane versus the Cassidy post 20 minutes and look for the Baron threat, but do you feel that, Nicholas and his team are just kind of clutching at straws at the moment, just not really figuring out what to do? As you casted this team before, so do you feel like this is a bit of an irregular performance for them?
I think so. I think the biggest problem is that they don't have any engage. So when they fell behind, they needed these tools to try and make picks, to try and make plays. But instead it's the REF. They're the ones deciding when it is that they want to fight, and they can pick and choose when their team is there, when they have the TP advantage. Look, we see Steel Brothers coming down to spot lane, but the Kai'Sa and Leona, how are you going to dive these champions? Leona will just CC chain you, and you're not going to have a very fun day.
Yeah, and when you've got the actually I never actually looked at what soul it's going to be. So it's going to be Infernal Souls. So if you've got a team that is going to get really, really beefy and loves to press R and they have Infernal Soul, but it could be caught out here. We see Lucian in the 1v1, and he doesn't have access to that calling just yet. We're going to see double cycle proc. He is going to EOE. He does get queued down, unbound, able to pick up that 1v1 kill. And if your mid lane Lucian is getting solo killed by the Wukong at this point in the game, it's not really looking too great. Like Wukong is really getting strong. He's going to get Triforce. He's going to get Death Dance. He's probably going to build a bit of armor. It's only going to get harder to kill even the Wukong later in the game, and if he's already doing that now 1v1 against your strongest member, it's not looking too good. But they are going to leave the Herald just with Steel Bros, giving him a buddy, considering his mid laner's gone down, and we are going to see the potential rotation for this Drake. We see Final Heart coming down as well. Do you feel like this game is slowly they're losing their grip? Think East Norfolk can get anything done? Maybe a miracle fight around this dragon, or do you think it would take a lot for the REF to mess this one up?
Yeah, I think so. I think the biggest thing is that there's no onus on the RF to do anything. This is their third Drake. They're scaling better and better. Like Kai'Sa doesn't even have her Murray yet. That's not stacked up. The Castin only has one item, only level 14. I say only level 14. Yeah, it's just the fact that when he gets to level 16, he'll just be such a monster. I'm not sure what runes he has, but if it is that ultimate hunter, it's gonna be not very fun.
No, and the thing is, he has the level lead, but it's commendable to his team with him playing that mostly 4v5. He has sat in mid, and arguably, it's not completely his fault. He has a Castle, he's not very useful for the first 15-20 minutes of the game. Has got the Lich Bane now, so 2 items, 23 minutes, 14, 2 levels of 16. Does have a lot of damage packed in with that Ignite if he catches anybody out. But yeah, it's just commendable to his team how they played this competition out. They knew exactly what they wanted to do in draft, and they're definitely showing why this draft is very scary to play against.
Yeah, no, I think Twisted Descendants, he's looking at his W, he's looking at his polymorph and thinking, can I get 2 of these? He needs one for the casting, but maybe he needs one for the Wukong when he goes in, the Malphite, the Kai'Sa diving into the back line.
This is going to be, oh no! He's going to flash that Cyclone. Castle is going to go in. They are going to be able to get the flash and the ultimate out of that Lulu. Another kill goes over. I mean, a lot burnt, to be fair. Double flash and 2 ultimates used for the kill onto the Hecarim and the ultimate flash out the Lulu. So it's a lot burned, but, you know, it's that killer instinct. Never mind the Kai'Sa, just the team in general. But he's going to go in 3v1. That's how they used to W, so he's going to get himself out there pretty swiftly. He's not really afraid at this moment. The Warrior Trickster is. I've completely forgot that name before, so I'm glad I remember that one. And yeah, just got the scaling advantage with 3 Drakes. They're in such a good spot. I mean, I don't even want to look. I have to look at the Malphite armor. What's he sitting on now? He's got 437. Oh boy, that's a tanky boy.
He's even going towards some damage. We see him with a Sheen. We were talking about the casting maybe with that frozen mallet, but it'll be the Malphite with it. A really strong. I'm not sure if he's maxing the W or not, but if he is, he'll be doing just more than enough damage to even kill the Tristan or the Lulu. We do see the Trinity Force complete the Steel Brothers. So if there is kind of any kind of miracle team fight, you know that Trinity Force will be able to help him. I'm not sure how many stacks this Manamune has. It's actually very close to completion for Nicholas in the mid lane. So these 2 item spikes are coming through for East Norfolk Knights, but it's probably too late. This is 25 minutes in the game. There's a massive gold lead, so it'll be really hard.
So just in case for any of the viewers watching, just in case you're thinking, Malphite has a lot of armor, but it doesn't add up to that, right? Now, the W passive grants him 92 armor. Just from his passive, but when his granite shield is on, so when he has the extra little bit of grey around that health bar, that armor is tripled. And
yeah,
you don't, you know, I mean, he's only going to have it for when he goes in with the R, and then he'll get burned pretty quickly. But the fact that that armor is tripled in the first place, is absolutely ridiculous. To get that extra, you know, 270 armor off the back of it, it's just absolutely disgusting.
I mean, it's a bit greedy, really, because he doesn't even need that tripling of the armor. He has more. But he'll be completely unkillable. He even has the Bramble Vest against, you know, double AD carry. Both of those will be going towards the Bloodline in the runes, and that'll just completely nullify that. And we see it's RAF going into the enemy jungle, the spot side jungle, setting up vision. It means that they can't walk in there at all. I mean, as we spoke about, you know, having someone normally a support being able to face check.
I mean, you don't. Oh, that Q didn't even take off his shield. That's just.
And that's with the Muramana completed for Lucian as well.
He doesn't. You know, just again for the people at home, it doesn't get any better. The story does not get better. There is no Disney ending for the East Norfolk Knights unless they have a miracle team fight up their sleeve. I mean, we see Wukong go. We see Anar going into that double armor, but then again, he has a Kassadin and a Kai'Sa who does mixed damage. So that full armor stacking, it's not even going to be fully useful. As we see the Drake coming up with this time, I'll get the objective time on my screen. 18 seconds on that. And an Inferno Soul with this team, and then could be a potential face check. We see the 2-man ultimate, we see the kill Risty going in, and they're just gone. Unstoppable Force going to go in now. We're going to see Parallax is going to wait for that jump before he uses that solar plate. It's going to get jumped over. But you see how fast they died. The ultimate's used, you just see 3 ultimates, 2 dead. And Portrait up here tree. Now we see an Inferno Soul coming through. Is that going to be a potential ban after that? You know, and where does the Knights go after this? It just looks
they are walking down here to see if they can contest, but as you said, they might even just transition straight over to the Baron. There's no way that they can test. The Lulu will be dead, and Lucian will be dead, but he does have TP if they do go towards it. But they have no one to even walk up. If the Knights are on the same screen as the RAF, they'll just die. They'll explode from the Leona and
very scary prospect right now with Parallax is over the back. Hecarim does have access to the ultimate. This could be the window. I mean, they're not taking any damage because Malphite is the only one tanking this part. He's not taking any damage. This could be risky though. It's going to go in. It's going to be red team stolen by Nicholas. And we see a huge star ultimate coming through. 3 dead already. We're going to see a complete, could be a possible ace here. We are see 4 go down. Parallax is going to go down as well. I can't believe it. I didn't think it was actually going to happen. The fact that we do get a steal plus an ace, the gold lead is now shifted back into the favour of the East Norfolk Knights. And a complete throw by the RAF. We could see a potential tier 2 going down a bit as well. I don't think they'll be able to end the game, but I don't know what to make of that. I'm absolutely stunned.
I mean, it's a fantastic Baron steal. They do so well. They do so well. I think you said it was Nicholas that actually picked it up.
Yeah.
They do have the Baron. They maybe are able to get an inhib here, but the gold lead is actually now in favor of the Knights. They haven't gone back to base yet. They'll be able to pick up some items. VX Game Lord already going towards some of that armor penetration. But you know this. The RF weren't able to reset after that dragon. They go straight towards the Baron. They just flip it. They don't have the Malphite ult to engage onto the Hecarim, and it's quite a poor setup from them. And you know, maybe they've let the Knights back into this game.
Yeah, they just didn't need to do that either. They could have just reset, wait for the ultimates to come back up, and then threaten the Baron with that in turn. That's the most important thing. I think the fact that you've engaged the Knights enough, you've got their attention, they're all there, they're willing to fight for it at a deficit, then you pull the trigger and you turn. But yeah, they go for the 50-50, they believe in Unbound, who is performing very, very well, but Jungler's level 13, plus anything can happen. One crit from any of these carries, plus whoever else is actually hitting the Baron to get that wall. It's so hard to time smite at this time in the game with so much damage coming through. You know, Nara's going to be getting pretty tanky too. That Thornmill coming through. Looks like an adaptive helm is going to be next. The Hecarim's now picked up that Spirit Visage. Lucian has the Last Whisper, double Last Whisper in fact, for the carries on the side of the Knights. And you know, 3 minutes till this Elder Drake, and I presume that's going to be the next time these teams fight, unless they want to try and fight a tier 2 turret or try to defend it. This could be very scary.
Yeah, but
that's a lot of damage. Silver for used, that's flash and send it, but that's going to be a lot of damage. Oh, he's absolutely gone, but he does have access to the unstoppable force. He is going to use it. That's 2 kills coming through already. Could be 3. Nara's going to go down. I'm going to say onslaught of shadows before I said unstoppable force, but you know, he did get to use it, but he still died anyway. And 2 quick kills on the side of the RAF, and just pick it up where they left off, really, regardless of a mistake or a Baron. But it could be a TP behind. This is very, very risky, and a pinch Unbound is looking towards the bottom lane. I think he's just trying to cut off the wave so they can't look for a potential end. I really don't think the RAF had that in mind anyway, not with the supers coming through, plus Baron. Quick thinking, you could say, from supporting Otto to try and think of that actively. But
yeah, exactly. But I think I agree with the Baron buff still on some of their members and the super minions. It would have been really hard for the RF to kind of end the game there, especially as they already use a lot of their cooldowns, and the East North Knights would have been respawning. But this gold lead actually is still in the favor of the Knights, crazily. But I think the biggest thing is this Castin does now have that level 16. He has the Zhonya's. He'll be so hard to kill. I just, even though they had that miracle team fight before with the Gnar and then the Lucian steal, I really don't know if they'll be able to come back.
I mean, if anyone's new to League of Legends, you know, anybody watching this is into Overwatch, you're just a spectator. You know, this is why people like myself love casting and love playing this game, right? Because you get these situations where you can have a steal, teams look so far out of the game that all of a sudden it turns in a second, they steal Baron, explosive team fights, ultimate. And that's why we just love this game. But, you know, the fact that it's still not over, 17-6, but they're in a gold and turret deficit, just goes to show you how good the Knights are, and how much the RAF are going to have to work for this win. You know, I'm sad that it's best of 1. I would imagine this is a best of 5. This would be, I mean, never mind G2 and Damwon Gaming, the World semi-finals. No. This is the match you want to be watching and casting. You know? But yeah, we'll see if the Elder is going to be the next point that they're going to fight around, and I hope for a very exciting team fight.
Yeah, it's a 50 seconds before that spawns. It's the RAF with the mid lane push, and the vision advantage at the moment. There is actually a TP ward behind them at the moment, but supporting Otto, as we said, used that TP to cut off the wave, so he won't be able to find a flank, unless it's Nicholas looking for a flank, but I'm not sure about that one. And this will be a massive team fight, 30 seconds before.
Yeah, unfortunately, there we go, they've spotted it, like, why are they not walking towards us? Maybe we're not. And that's exactly what the instincts were telling them. It's still very scary because, like we've seen, just 30 seconds to a minute after that Baron, the double ultimate usage, they went down so fast. Hecarim and Lulu just were not able to survive regardless of spare position. The fact that they do still have this level 16 Catherine and that Infernal Soul makes it so scary. Now we see Kai'Sa almost having that death cap as well. she is going to hit like a truck. Even a W is going to hit really hard.
Yeah, the poke from Kai'Sa, especially with the Infernal Soul, will just deal so much damage.
Okay. I mean, I think this is pretty important. They are cleaning the vision, they're making it dead, dead scary to walk into. They're thinking, okay, you have to come to us blind, you have to face check us, and with the amount of ultimates they got, the Kukachu Twisted Ascendant here, they are going to use. We're not going to quite catch. They are going to engage onto the Lulu, no ultimates used yet. Killer think it's going to go in. He's going to go down straight away. Onslaught of Shadows not used. There's the Assault Force coming as well as the Culling. We see an absolute massacre coming through. Game of War just able to get a double kill for the Cassidy. I mean, I could not catch every single thing that's going on. Everything was used. The Cyclone to the Onslaught of Shadows, but yeah, that's going to be 3 dead. And it looks like it's going to be an Elder Drake and maybe a better Baron setup. We'll have to wait and see.
It's a much better Baron setup if the enemy team is dead. So hopefully they'll be able to pick up this Elder Drake, and I expect them to either just end the game here, because you literally can't walk up if the enemy team has an Elder Drake, especially with the amount of engage tools that the RAF has. But as you said, maybe they'll be able to set up this Baron much better than they did last time. It'll be hard. It won't be very hard to do so. And you know, I really want them to close this game out cleanly now that they have such an advantage.
Yeah, we do see the Iceborne Gauntlet as well. You were quite right, and that prediction coming through. We do see Cassidy picking up that blue buff as well. They're going to get the bot lane tier 2. I'm surprised it's a little bit slow. It feels like, you know, I feel like they could have maybe used this tempo to you know, almost instantly secure the Baron because they have this Elder. They might reset now, then go to the Baron, then look for a push, but you know, you're already going to be at least 2 minutes through that Elder Dragon. It then looks a little bit scary. It's not quite, you know, a guaranteed team fight win, even though it does look very close to them. I mean, even Leona is incredibly tanky. It does go for mobility boosts over Tabby, so I feel like it's a bit, you know, I can see why mobility, but you know, you think Tabbies are so valuable this game.
Yeah, you get so much value out of the Tabbies. As you said, I do really want them to use this Elder Dragon to really close out this game. They can use the Elder Dragon to get the Baron and then play off those waves to clean the game.
Oh, he had to run. Game Over was like, oh wait, hang on, that's a mouth. Okay, maybe I need to run. That is a very scary sight to see when you see an Elder Dragon mouth.
Especially with an Elder Dragon, yeah.
So yeah, that's it. I mean, he can solo kill him pretty easily.
I think so, yeah.
Wait, he has no damage. He's a tank. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Even without Elder.
Season 2020.
Yeah. I mean, season 11 looks even scarier.
True.
If you're going to pick up the game this season, yeah. Be prepared for a mind-boggling experience with the items come through.
Yeah.
That being said, we do have Hecarim engagement on Unbound. Not going to get much done, but it looks like this Baron threat is just like Cassidy scaling, inevitable. They do have a vision on it, so they know they're not doing it, so they're trying to maybe bait them out, but with not quite swept every ward, they're quite happy just sitting under the tower for now.
Yeah, this Baron from the RAF is so fast with the Kai'Sa. They can even 2-man it. They can just sit the Malphite and the Kai'Sa on there and just zone away with the Leona and Castin. It does look like they still have this Alpha Dragon, and they are going to go towards it now. They have peeked it. They know that it was warded, but it doesn't even look like the Knights are going to contest this.
And you know, they had the right idea with they get turrets for free off the back of the Elder, and they then transition that into a Baron. I just felt like they could have done that a little bit quicker. You know, now that gold lead that was even just a few minutes ago is now ballooned, you know, almost up to 6,000 gold. Even at this point, is still relevant because not every champion is full build, so the gold lead is still there, even though with Lucian being 4 items, Tristana almost being 4 items. I just wonder if it's just too late. Maybe there is room for another fight. Do you think there's still a potential for the Knights to turn this around, even without, you know, a miracle setup?
I think I'd be wrong to say no, because I mean I said no before and they found one.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, so I think maybe if they're able to disengage the fight initially and then re-engage, they might be able to find something. But with the Baron, with Kai'Sa with the death cap, casting going towards that death cap, I think it will be extremely hard.
Now, there is that TP in the river on the right-hand side. Now, I wonder if Nar's able to build up that bar just a little bit more, maybe potentially gets a flank it's risky, but do you go all in? These turrets are not going to do that much damage to the targets. Now we are going to see him going in. Cyclone used. He's going to use ultimate on himself. Tristana is just dead. Cyclone's going on the back of 2. It looks like Lucian's going to go down as well. Nicholas on the backside. Not going to be able to get much done. Supporting or it looks like it's going to go down 2. That's going to be a double kill for Unbound. There we go. Cassin is going to be able to kill. He has used the Zonians already, plus that Seraph is going to go down. 7-2 and 6 though. In the end, the RAF are able to pull off the victory. 6-2-16 on Unbound's Wukong. And, in the end, it was just far, far too strong. They did too much in the early game, stacking those Drakes. And what a fantastic performance.
Yeah, brilliant. A really well played out game from the early game. The fumble at the Baron, but to come back and close out the game cleanly was really, really great from them.
There we go. Sorry about that, everybody. Thanks, Hazza. Yeah, I was looking at that first blood, and I was thinking, oh my god, he's going to go snowballing hard. And then I looked at the farm, and at the moment of that first blood, Cassidin was sitting on 5 farm, and Lucian was already at 30. And I'm thinking, do you know what? Like, he's actually ahead, even if he has died. It doesn't make that big a difference. And then again, every time I was looking at that gold difference, I was stunned by the fact that the kills were going up for the RAF, but the gold. The farm was just keeping it level the whole way through, and that all the way to the mid game where that Baron still happened. East Norfolk Knights were keeping up. Even though they were several kills behind, every single lane on the RAF looked really dominating. But overall, really fantastic game.
Yeah, that was the thing. For so long in that game, you're thinking, okay, Cassin's picked up kills. 2-0-1. Yes, about 11. Lucian's still keeping in there. Nicholas is still showing why he's such a strong player, why the Lucian was a good pick. But in the end, the Malphite was just untouched.
Yeah.
The Hecarim never managed to get it done. Even with the Ignite, I don't even know when his first night usage was. But just weren't able to get snowballing, especially even with Lulu potentially trying to counteract how much armor they have with the potential buffs she can give to the carries. And in the end, it just wasn't enough, and the Infernal Soul was just far, far too strong.
Yeah, that Malphite ult was just too scary late game, especially with the Elder Dragon. They couldn't go near him. The Leona combo as well, as I predicted at the beginning, was just, that Malphite Leona was very, very strong. And poor Lulu and Tristana, I felt every single team fight, one of them was just getting blown up instantly, and it put them on the back foot. So fantastic game though. Well played to both teams, and thank you ever so much, Demo and Sati, for casting. Do you guys have any last words before we sign off and go to a short break?
I was just going to say it's been an absolute pleasure to cast.
Well, thank you. It's been a pleasure having you.
Brilliant.
Hope people enjoy the rest of the day. I'm sure there's lots more action to come, and hopefully we'll be back soon.
Yeah, fantastic. There will be certainly more action to come. We've got Rocket League coming up next, where the RAF will take on Team Luxinate, which is one of the teams who've been participating in the British Esports Championships. So I'm very excited to see that. We'll be right back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. Hi everybody, welcome back to the World Esports Day with British Esports Association. We've had some fantastic games today. We've had some Overwatch and some League of Legends, and unfortunately British Esports are continuing our loss streak against any team we play on this channel. I think it's a curse. Hopefully we can break it though now with Rocket League, but yes, congratulations to both the Overwatch and the League of Legends teams from the RAF who managed to take victory over the Fisher Falcons and the East Norfolk Knights respectively. So here we go then, guys. Just without further ado, I'd like to bring in our casters today for the Rocket League match, but before I do, I just want to remind you all that this is obviously for World Esports Day. We are supporting a charity which is Special Effect, and if you do want to donate or give any money to them, please do go to this link I'm posting now in the chat, and of course if you want to check out what other people are doing in World Esports Day, you can click that link as well and go and find out a little bit more about the event itself. Okay, so let's bring in our casters, Squark and Sigmoid.
Hello.
Hi guys, how are you?
Good to be here.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm just proud that my microphone's working at the start of the stream for once. Finally broken the curse.
Sigmoid, how are you?
I'm feeling great. I thought I was going to be locked down for another 2 weeks on Friday. Yesterday, test came back negative, so I'm free for now. And
oh, congratulations!
Excited to be here casting this afternoon instead of wallowing in despair. The rations of food which have been sent around.
Good stuff, good stuff. So today, obviously, we've got the RAF taking on a number of different teams, but this team you've probably seen before on this channel. They've featured quite heavily in a number of games throughout the championships last year as well, actually managing to win the Rocket League Showdown that we held back in Easter half-term or Easter holidays, which was a great success. It was a full week-long event, and we plan on doing that again. So we're just setting up the lobby now for the game to get involved with the RAF and Luxinate. Guys, you've both casted Luxinate before. Neither of you have casted RAF before. So from your perspectives, you know the strengths of one team and the weaknesses of one team. What do you think that they're going to come up against today against the RAF? Are they going to perform? Are they going to bottle it? What do you think? Squark, if you wouldn't mind going first.
Well, one of the curses of Luxinate, formerly known as Don't Panic, is they're absolutely fantastic when they're playing their game. The second that it starts to fall apart a bit, they get in their own heads, they start double committing. So it's just whether they've actually learned to keep the cool. Having watched them play recently in the champs, I think they're actually starting to manage to gel together a bit more now. So it's definitely going to be a show.
And Sigmoid, any thoughts?
I've been casting the last 2 weeks. Admittedly, they were both sweeps, so it's hard to make a decision to a character based on that. But I agree with Squark. They like to play fast, they like to play aggressive. If the other team starts to get in their face, can slow the game down in a way that doesn't obstruct their own plays, then the RAF should stand a decent chance.
Okay, I mean, we're just getting the players loaded into the lobby at the moment. I've honestly always believed in the BEA teams. You know, every time that we have, whether it's a school or college
totally
team playing,
you.
yeah, I do. Whether it's even our staff playing against another organisation, it's always been, oh yeah, we can do it, no problem, we can do it. But we've always managed to lose somehow. There hasn't been a single BEA game where we've actually come out on top. So I'm praying today. No bias at all, obviously. You know, both teams are equal. But come on,
we did actually win a game, but the sad part was it was game advisors versus game advisors. So we were bound to win. So technically, we've got one.
I do remember that show match, indeed. All right, so I think let's just see. We're missing just a couple of players here. But as soon as they're in the lobby, we'll get started. Let's have a look, see what I've missed in the chat. Sigmoid a little bit quiet. I think I've turned you up a little bit now, so let's try that as well.
Hello.
Yeah, I think we might have to remake this lobby a little bit in a moment, as we're still waiting for some players.
Just perhaps, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, we're going to have to remake the lobby, guys, so just bear with us for a few moments while we get that sorted out for you. Guys, okay, so just tell me a little bit about the Rocket League scene at the minute, obviously, with the whole new format and the RLCS going on as well. What are your thoughts? Let's start that with Sigmoid, because I know you've been following it quite closely.
RLCSX and the new format, right. I'm a fan of more Rocket League. To this extent, I'm still not sure about. One thing I've noticed a lot is teams at the top end have been playing together a lot, but their form has been getting more inconsistent as the season goes on, which is a classic sign. Unfortunately, they've now got a bit of time off if they're already out of the major. If they're playing, it's tonight, isn't it? And good luck to them tonight. And then hopefully we get a well-deserved break after what feels like 4 months straight.
Yeah, I think the scene itself is improving quite a lot. You know, the fact that they're showing games from other regions that we wouldn't have necessarily seen before, you know, Oceania, etc. You know, that's fantastic to watch as well, and I'm seeing some really good players coming from those regions. It's going to be really exciting to kind of follow their journeys, especially when it gets to kind of the end of the road, as it were, and we start going to the World Championships. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a nice shake-up to the scene, and we get to see some different teams coming in from, you know, all over the world and challenging potentially for, you know, being the world champions. So, Squawk, tell me a little bit about what's going on with you in your life while we just get this sorted out.
Well, I'm glad you didn't ask me what was going on in Rocket League, as over lockdown I had my first baby Squawk. So I've had zero time to do anything other than go to work and look after baby, which obviously I'm in love with, but it's definitely put a hold on the Rocket League for now. But today is my first day back, so I'm excited just to see a game finally.
Great stuff. Oh, congratulations. I mean, obviously I've known already for a while, but congratulations again. It's always a trying and difficult time, you know, in lockdown particularly, to like have a baby. I imagine that was quite difficult for you. I know a few other people have also had the same experience, and you know, they've said from their personal experience it was just an absolute nightmare. You know, if things go wrong, it's difficult. So I had, you know, a friend of mine who's unfortunate. There was an issue with the birth, and the baby was in the hospital, and neither of the parents were allowed to visit for about 3 weeks, which was really awful. So I'm very happy for you, and I'm glad that it's all going well, and little baby Squawk is happy and healthy.
Yeah, she's plodding on along very well. She's grown up far too fast, though. She's driving me mad. Like, I'm expecting her to just be running outdoor next time I turn my back. So I'd like her to slow down just a little bit.
All right, guys, we're just experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties, so I'm just going to throw it to a BRB while we sort those out. Be right back. Thank you. Oh, all right, we are back. Sorry about that. It looks like everybody is sorted now, and we are ready to get into game number 1. This is going to be a best of 7. Sigmoid and Squark, if you're ready, let's start it up and take it away.
Sure, let's do this.
Right, yes. Again, officially my first Rocket League game in, I believe, 4 to 5 months. So bear with me as I find my footing. It couldn't have been a better team than Lux, really.
Oh, absolutely. Is that since Showdown?
Yes, last one was the All-Stars Showdown final.
It will have been the two of us. The last time you went to the casting.
Well, it's nice to be back at least. And already we've started off. Lux dominating as usual, going straight on the offensive. They're going straight in with demos, like trying to point out just who they are. This is their style of play. And again, it's just exactly it's like I've never been gone, essentially.
Yeah, Luxonate against a team which shows weakness early is not going to play any different to the way they have. I mean, it feels like they've been together for years, but no, this team only formed back in January, I want to say, joined the British Esports Championships in Season 4.
Oh! So, yeah, already getting a nice lob there from Awesome. They've, again, the pressure that Lux are putting on is exactly what we've seen time and time again. They're drowning them out, they're starving the other team of boost. And the RAF are going to have to start stepping up, trying to defend their side of the map now and get this advantage away from Lux.
And already that's a boost deal and a demo from Sushi. The ball being sent again by Awesome, but no finish, not this time around. Although you talk about map control like it's League of Legends, it does sometimes feel that way once you've been starved for so long, and that's going to hurt if you're Gorge. Should we run with Gorge?
Yeah, I would have said George, but George could be it. You never know when you're just reading chat, or text rather, but yeah, yet again, that was a costly mistake by the RAF. It was not an exemplary shot, it was just a sort of pot shot, which has paid off for them this time. But again, they are sitting back, they're not taking the game to Lux, and we're not even getting a chance to finish sentences because this pressure is just phenomenal right now.
Yeah, they just keep sending it every time. The RAF aren't able to keep up. Noticing a couple of double commits, if they can iron them out, they might be able to buy themselves more time. But at this point, it might just be about stemming the lead and not being able to win the game.
Yeah, during the championships, one of the reasons that Don't Panic as they were then didn't end up winning that championship final was there was a game where Sushi was demoed constantly, and rather than trying to stem that, they basically wrote the game off, set back, and ended up losing the game 4 games to 3. So you can't really write a game off like this anymore. You've just got to keep putting the pressure on, fighting back and just trying to claw back. But 4-0 is certainly a high mountain to climb for RAF now.
Well, I was actually having this conversation with Zappa, the former Clyde player. Apparently the goal record for a single game in any British Esports Association match is 29-1.
Oh no.
Yeah, so Luxonate may be able to catch up to that. You're a little behind right now.
No, I have absolutely no idea who that was, but I know the recent games have been double-digit wins again, so it doesn't surprise me in the slightest if it was Lux.
No, that 29-1 was in fact Glasgow Clyde.
Oh, really?
I can't remember against who, but it was back in Season 3.
Well, it's not really a safe lead at the moment, because looks like Lux are trying to catch up with that record. 6-0 already. We're not even halfway through the game yet. This is just an entirely one-sided performance as it stands right now.
This is best of 5, isn't it? So that means they have 3 shots, I suppose, if they want that record.
I thought it was a best of 7, so we'll have to get confirmation.
They've got 4 shots at getting world record.
Oh, and again, this is just classic Don't Panic / Luxonate plays. They like crossing it in. They've got perfect communication. The spacing throughout the map. We were saying League of Legends love the map control. Rocket League is no different, really. You're in the right spot at the right time. Even a half-handed pass can connect and become a fantastic shot. So 7-0. Luxonate just storming ahead. Sushi, we know, likes to showboat. He loves his demos.
Oh, wait.
But the
RAF have broken out.
This is a classic Luxonate play. They go straight forward, go all on the offensive, but one mistake cost them a goal. We have hit Brazil already. We've still got another 3 minutes left to play. And yeah, RAF fighting back now.
The question is, can they force another slip up from Luxonate once again? They've got to find a way to apply that pressure, be in the right place on defense, so that if Luxonate try to disrespect them at all, then it's just going to fail. That was a... Yes, that was a
wanted that.
reset.
Yeah, he's been dying for one of those. He got to do them in the finals of the All-Star match. He was looking for it there. Tommy just seeing that in. It was looking like it was going to go off the post and back out, so it was a good job Tommy followed that up. But I'm sure Sushi will be saying that was a goal stolen from him there.
They do love to have a bit of a lash mid-game, do Luxonate.
Yeah, so when Luxonate are in a dominating lead, that is when they are at their most comfortable. They love taking that pressure and that momentum forward into the next game, and they will keep playing until the moment that they go behind, and that's when they start to panic, go a bit defensive, and that's what RAF need to do now, is try and put some of that pressure back on and show them that Luxonate aren't immortal.
It's a case you've been cut off mid-sentence.
Yeah, as always, never get to finish that point, as Luxonate banging another one in. Tommy in the right place again, not the best pass, but Tommy there to pick it up and pop it away. So again, it's going like a bit 50-50, net wide open, just a bit wide. Tommy trying to recover it, fluffs it a bit, but Sushi's on damage control. Now playing it off the side, putting it towards net. Looks like Alistair not quite getting there, and Sushi just mopping that up now. Again, classic play, taking it past two and putting that pressure on 1v1.
RAF suffering right now. We saw Alistair, who was trying to get up to that ball. He's using a ton of boost, but in the end, you have to be pointing in the right way. You have to press the boost at the right time, and they gave the ball away to I believe it was awesome.
Yeah, these mistakes that the RAF are currently making is something that they will not be repeating in Game 2, otherwise I don't see them coming back in the entire series, because it's not so much simple mistakes, but it's easy ones to fix, and it's all about communication. They left someone back in the net, but the rotations don't seem to be there, and with Luxonate putting this pressure on, starving them of the boost, trying to get these lobs. There it is, Tommy. He's been practicing that, and he executes it perfectly.
Pain. All I can think about is pain. You see Alistair, he's desperate again to get up there, but he just backflips. He's trying to think faster than he can physically move his fingers on that controller.
Well, I know that, is it Sushi and Awesome are both keyboard players, which is something I cannot fathom in the slightest. Sushi going in again, tries to get it, there it is! Playing it off the ceiling, and that's a classic Sushi play.
You're in great company for keyboard players, though. You're co-casting this one right now.
Oh dear, I thought there was only two of them in the world. Oh, and Elliot, yeah, that's... God, you're taking over at this point. But no, I can't comprehend it. The second your wheels leave the floor, it's a completely different set of keybinds. I'll stick with my controller, thank you. RAF not managing to take it past now. Looks like George going to try and stop that attack, but it's going all the way to Sushi. Sushi with a comfortable shot. There it is, sees the opening and just puts it away cleanly.
It's just top bins again. They've been given so much space, and when you get that much range on the ball, there's no way that the opposition can save it. It's Alistair once again on the back line who's not able to tuck to it.
I would say, during the championships, the Don't Panic team was a bit one-sided. It was usually just get the ball to Sushi, Sushi will put it away. But, well, I was about to comment on how every player in this game on Luxonate's side had 4 goals. But before I can even bring up the point, Sushi's now on 6 goals, Tommy and Awesome on 4, and the board itself looks so even across the team. There's no one that the RAF can now mark out of the game because they've got 3 all-star players instead of just 1 now.
And I think that's part of the development we've been trying to work on over the summer. Sushi was the all-star player, and that was more of a testament to their place.
Oh dear.
Rude, Sushi. Give us a second, please.
Well, I was trying to keep up with each individual goal so I could talk about it after the game, but I've run out of paper already. This is just... I mean, you could pick any one of these goals and it just... You can pick out which team would have scored these every single time, because this is just exactly how Luxonate like to play.
Thing is, I don't think we've even seen an example of a time where RAF have been caught out of position. They've been in the right place, but Luxnate have been going too quickly. There's always been someone on the back line, and there once again it was a mishap on the clear from Alistair and Tommy finding that double tap to place the ball for Awesome. Just puts it in top, in the middle, and nobody's able to get there fast enough.
I would say with the RAF trailing by 15 goals, you kind of expect them to sit back and relax a bit, trying to communicate more and work out things in this game. But we had a double commit on the save there. They were scrambling. Finally, Alistair managing to pop another one away. It's a bit late to be starting the comeback. However, RAF have had 2 shots and have got 2 goals, so their accuracy is spot on. They just need those opportunities. And Luxnate, they do present these, but with the pressure they're putting on RAF, I think they're blinded by the trees.
Just a little Awesome now. I think he was looking for a double tap to get into the middle. Sushi, I'm not sure what he was looking for there. Rolling in, trying to find that touch to secure the goal.
That was a nice
settle.
settle.
Now trying to carry this away.
No!
Posts? Okay.
Just a crossbar next, that's all we need. But yeah, that's this pressure coming on now. You can tell Luxnate are having a bit of fun now. They realise the game, it's no way are they going to lose this lead. Not with 16 seconds left, so they're just trying to have a bit of fun. Trying to get some stylish passing going, or even just trying to get some selfish goals. But again, if they take this mentality into the next game, it could end up costing them, because you can never rule a team out of a game of Rocket League.
Elliot.
Oh, wow. So that just happened. I'm actually feeling pretty good about it, because it's something for me that I've wanted to see for a long time. That was insane, to be honest. 1,300 points there for Sushi. Both the other two are in the high 800s. It just felt like our aren't in the same league, which is fine. You know, these are show matches at the end of the day, and it is for us to showcase our enjoyment and our love and our passion for esports. But that was just kind of mean, if I'm being honest. I have got a little extra surprise for you guys as well, that I think is worth probably mentioning now at this point in the stream. After this series, the Navy have also expressed interest to be involved, and so we're also going to be, if Squark and Sigmoid are up for it, having a second show match between Lux and the Navy. So that should be quite exciting as well. We'll be getting them involved as soon as this game is over, or as soon as this series is over, which, if anything, you know, if it continues as is, could be rather soon. Anyway, looks like we're getting into game number 2 now, guys, so I'll let you carry on, but enjoy the rest of the match.
Yeah. So now, as we're loading our teams in, looks like we're having a bit of a delay with some players joining. We're nearly there, but the thing is, I don't think you can rule out the RAF making a comeback. It happened when, Don't Panic as they were at the time, started playing in Rocket Kingdom, and the teams they were playing against thought, oh, schools and colleges team, how can they hold up to university teams? There's not a chance. And they absolutely stomped during those 3 series they had, only losing the last one, I believe. So I think once RAF start realising that they are in a bit of trouble here, I think they'll start coming back. However, as we've just seen, Awesome not giving them a chance to even realise that they can come up with a game plan, and the pressure is already on 5 seconds in.
It's just a question of how many 3-second goals Luxnate going to try and go for. Awesome now, passing out to Sushi, who isn't able to get back up in time. That's a bit of time bought for RAF. They try to force the ball back down the field. Tommy now. Who's looking for a trap that Alistair able to flick it up. The double commit from Luxnate has made this a little dangerous now.
This is precisely what Don't Panic and Luxnate always tend to do. They get over complacent. They are going for shots that they couldn't reach, missing them, start double committing, and now that is 2 players that weren't there ready for the ball. The pressure they're applying is keeping them ahead at the moment, but again, opening up a weakness that early was very, well, I mean, it was a disaster waiting to happen, but they survived by the skin of the teeth and managing to turn that round.
I think Luxnate, they were trying to test their limits there. The sort of ethos back when I was playing for AGSB was if you're winning, you carry on playing the same way, and if you're losing, well, you may have to adapt how you play, but you don't play so differently that you're compromising your play style.
No, that is the correct way to play. The second when you're winning, you start changing things up. That's when you're opening weaknesses. The only time you need to adapt is when the enemy's spotted your weakness, exploiting it, and then you need to try and hide that and replace it with a different one they don't quite know of. Because every team has a weakness, and we know Luxinate's is their defense. But awesome, passing it off to Sushi. Sushi playing it forward, it's an open net, it's dropping off the backboard. Tommy with the pickup, but he misses! This is precisely the complacency I was talking about earlier. Sushi missing that backboard play. And again, this is just costly mistakes that they are somehow still managing to get away with.
I think it's the speed that Luxinate are able to play at once again. Slight mispositioning there from RAF as well. We see all three players gathering around that halfway line, no one able to turn around fast enough to prevent that ball trickling in. But if you play faster than the opposition, then no matter how many mistakes you make, you can probably always find a way to put the ball through. We see Sushi again there. He didn't get the touch he wanted. That spills back out into the middle, and the RAF player isn't fast enough returning to the box.
Yeah, as one side of this is looking, the weaknesses and the cracks are showing in Don't Panic's team. Like you've mentioned, they're just not letting the RAF exploit it. They are double committed on everything just about right now. They are going up for shots. Yes, they're having fun, and yeah, it is a charity match, so it doesn't really need to be played like a pro all-star kind of game. But RAF can make a comeback if they just exploit the lack of defense that Luxinate keep exposing themselves to.
It wouldn't be the first time that they've shown weaknesses in the charity show match at them. I believe they were doing some fundraisers of their own over the summer, trying to raise funds so they could carry on competing at the highest level in the British Esports Championships. Lost 2-3 against Oxford University. That was a slightly disappointing defeat to them. But crucially, they were in a phase where they were getting punished, and more heavily so by the experienced Oxford side. I think at the time it was 2-1800 to the 1600 GC.
Yeah. There's a severe difference in... Rocket League's one of those easy... Oh, Sushi! That is sniped from across the map. As I was about to say before Sushi rudely interrupted, Rocket League is a very easy game to pick up and play, but it's such a difficult game to master. And as you're spotting like League of Legends, like you can spot the skill gap every time. There's different mechanics. But you see these teams, they're already starting to adapt. They're turning the car around in midair, which is easier said than done. They're managing to land on the wheels. We've got flip resets going on. And it's just a mastery of the basics starting to take it to the next level. The Newell and their teams start going a bit further beyond that, which is the next step, really communication. Which, again, Luxinate showing a really good showing at the moment. And I would be happy to see them play a Newell team as they're playing right now. We've got another 7-0 lead. Can the RAF score another goal to turn it into yet another Brazil, or are Luxinate just going to run away with this now?
I hope Luxinate wouldn't deliberately concede a goal to cause that.
Sushi now managing to win that kickoff, playing it off the net, hit the lip and gone up the backboard. Tommy trying to cross it in, but it's well defended by Alistair. But unfortunately, no one left to pick it up, so Sushi takes it and just says, "Yep, I'll have that free goal."
Well, Elliot, it seems you've been proven wrong. Luxinate are not that evil, and they do not deliberately give away goals to set up scorelines. At least not in this series. I know they've done it before.
It's there's not much we can really say at this point. We can't pick out individual plays right now, as there's play after play happening. We would like to see another shot from the RAF. They do have one shot on target this time, unfortunately not going in, but so that's ruined the 100% record. But now Sushi on the attack, open net, just gonna do it. Oh no, he did it! He did the turtle goal. I'm happy, but I'm also ashamed.
Yeah, that was dirty.
Oh God, there's not much hope left in this current game. Obviously, the next game that starts, it's a blank slate. Can try again, but 9-0 with 1 minute 30 to go. Net wide open, awesome with a lovely save off the crossbar. Tommy missing the pickup, but unfortunately DJ Shui missing that pickup. Played off the lip across the backboard. Tommy trying to get there, playing it over, denying them the attempt on goal. Sushi now playing on the attack. No one in defence. Can Awesome or Sushi get there? Nope. Alistair gets the clear and stops the attack just in time.
I'm surprised after that period of sustained pressure, Luxnate haven't. Oh dear. Oh dear. Awesome.
You need to say it more often. Say it another 8 times, and we've got the game back in. But this is, again, every goal that Luxnate / Don't Panic score is essentially this goal. Net wide open, no one's back in time to stop it. But if they're applying sufficient pressure and just... There's an old sort of story that, you know, in football, all you need to do score more goals than they do. It doesn't even need to be defended as long as you score more. And I think that is Luxnate's ethos, as you mentioned earlier, just score goals more than they can. And Sushi, again, showing what he does best there.
And one cruel showing again from Don't Panic. It's not quite as strong as what I remember from Wednesday afternoon when they scored 34 goals in a row. That was teetering on the line for ages. Off the top corner, hanging around on that goal line before Sushi eventually manages to turn it in. Was lucky to get that clip on the far post. Now behind that again. Because if he did that, and I think Awesome was too far away.
Yeah, so Awesome looking like he wanted to get the tap in to deny the goal. Again, they've got a significant lead, so they're able to do this sort of stuff. But again, they're ruling them out of they're saying the RF can't win at this point, and it's going to be a very good showing if they do manage to come back. Awesome with the flip reset, denying Sushi that tap in, and now RAF showing some pressure. Joe's going to play it down. Tommy in defence. It should be an easy save. In fact, he saves it. But I wouldn't have exactly called it a save because he nearly put it in himself. Oh!
There we go.
There we go. Sushi making up.
I was wondering how long it was going to take for him to scrum that ball out of the net because Tommy, he was in an awkward position. He wasn't facing towards the ball, and that massively reduces the amount of power you can get. If he'd spent a bit more time thinking about it, if you turn your car all the way over and then do a forward flip, you can get a decent amount of power.
No.
Number 13, unlucky, or perhaps lucky for Luxnate.
I think we can't really use the word luck at this point for anything that's happened. It has been a stellar showing of skill and ability that Luxnate are showing. Having watched them at the start of the championship, I think last year, it was, like I say, it was the Sushi show. If Sushi was taking out the game, that's where they dropped games. And that's just not the case anymore. Awesome, putting it away. Nice assist from Sushi. Looks like this game could end 14-1, but we can't rule that out now either.
Now, we mentioned before that they would never be so cruel as to let a goal in, but with 2 seconds left and 1 goal away from double kill, Tommy goes for fake kickoff. Okay, they're not that cruel. But it was 14-1 nonetheless.
Yikes. I think it's worth mentioning here at this point how often Luxnate do practice together. I know for a fact, that they are playing most days, together as a team, practicing, working on their teamwork, their coordination and their, communication and team playability, and it's really, really showing some huge improvements as to the team that they were at the end of the Spring Split 2020. What can we say about RAF? I think the guys there, they're giving it everything they've got. I just feel like, particularly George and DJ Shoei is struggling a little bit with the confidence, perhaps, in their sort of sharp turns. I don't see them using power slide very much, and I feel like that's impacting on their ability to get around the pitch quickly. And if you see that the Luxnate guys who are basically always holding down that power slide button, able to make those really sharp turns really quickly, and that's making a huge effect on the speed of this game.
Yes, definitely. And something I do like about the Luxnate team is even when they are winning or even stomping at a point, they always show their opponents respect. They don't start letting them get consolation goals. They're like, no, we're going to treat you like a worthy opponent throughout. Yeah, they have a bit of fun, but it's never egregious. So I do have to commend them on that.
All right, we are into game number 3. I'll let you guys take it away.
Thank you, Elliot. Game number 3, Luxnet leading 2-0. I think we know what the trajectory of this series is. It's just a question of how do Luxnet want to play these last 2 games. How are RAF going to make their points?
The passing play there, absolutely phenomenal. I couldn't tell where the shot was coming from, and I'm not the one in the game. Looked like Sushi wanted that flip reset, gets it, but decides to play it down to Awesome. Back to Sushi, and Tommy sees that open net. They picked that defense right apart, and yeah, that was absolutely fantastic.
I suppose, if anything, it was evident that RAF were committed. I think all 3 players must have been within a few meters of that ball by the time it was in a position to be shot. Just so happened that too many of them committed to one of the potential shots. And pulling out Tommy on defense once again, compromised by Alice from that spot in front of the net. DJ Shui, who's looking for the target, he had the touch but couldn't turn it quite enough.
I thought Sushi was going to get that flip reset then, but again, he's not diving all out. Like normally, again, start of the past 2 champs, he would have been straight on that, committing to that double or that flip reset every single time. And now sitting him sit back and allowing a different play to happen is fantastic. There was that power slide. Perfect play from Tommy, managing to take it round 2 and just pop it away to give him a stellar 2-0 lead already.
Yeah, that double tuck there, so he hits it right to get it just about around the first, but he doesn't put it so far away that he can't tuck it back round to the left, ends up having to go into the air for that one.
Yeah, again, the pressure that Luxnate are putting on, they're keeping... Let me finish, Sushi. They're keeping the RAF teams away from their corner boost, with the ball going right there, Tommy playing it back off again. So, meaning RAF have to defend and effectively starve themselves, or go for the boost and leave the net wide open, which they've already spotted from the past 2 games. That is not an option anymore.
See some time on the ball for Gorge, but not able to follow through. That's another shot on target for Tommy. Can't be turned in though, and it's Gorge popping the ball up once again. Buying the RAF a little more time. With 80 seconds gone, they are only 3 down. Comparatively, it's been a good game so far. Tommy, he's hit the near post. Disappointing shot from him.
Yeah, I think we are... I'm going to wait for this to finish, yep. I was about to say, I think we are seeing the RAF starting to find the footing here. They're defending a bit more, not leaving as many openings there. That was a bit unfortunate. There was a double commit there. I thought DJ Shui should have had that. But, yeah, the score reflects that they're starting to absorb some of this pressure that Luxnate are putting on and starting to fight back ever so slightly, but they're not going to score goals if they don't get opportunities.
I think maybe a crucial thing to point out is here, you'd expect a team with this level of dominance both, in show matches like this and in the championships more generally. Oh my God, Tommy, that was filth.
Well, that is my play of the series already there. Completely intentional. That was fantastic. I am definitely saving that clip because they are going to be talking about that for days.
That may be the second time a British Esports team ends up on Rocket Dailies.
Oh, I don't know what to do anymore. I mean, this was my first time back. I was expecting something, but it certainly wasn't this. We've got pool shots, we've got teams getting taken apart. Brazil on my first game back. This is fantastic Rocket League to watch, but I'm not entirely sure RAF are enjoying it as much as I am right now. Sushi with a demo on Gorge. Now Tommy's going to take it up, going to try and take it past Shui, but Shui stops it. Awesome picking it up, playing it off the sides, going straight towards net. Tommy passing it back to Sushi. Sushi putting it wide, which is not something he tends to do very often. Awesome fluffing that rebound. And now looks like RAF had a chance to retaliate, but unfortunately missing it, leaving the net wide open, and Awesome redeeming himself.
I think it's important to point out at this point, normally a team of this much domestic and sort of charity show match sort of success would end up with the perception of being villains, but honestly, Luxnate are some of the nicest people I've met in the British Esports community. and I think that's why they're so popular, both for these show matches and in terms of their streams as well.
Yeah, you're completely right. They are a fantastic set of guys. However, I'm still going to treat them like villains after this, because some of the plays we've seen, it's precisely what I wanted to see. I just want to see it in a game that's truly mattered, and a charity match might not be the time to humiliate a team at this point. 7-0, 1 minute 53 left to play, not leaving much chance for RAF to get back into this now.
They're already dead, Sushi.
Right. So again, we've got another opportunity for a Brazil. It's going to play it back to RAF. Sushi getting the demo now. It looks like Alistair's going to have to do some defending. Guess it passed. But I think that was more of a mistake than some stellar defending. Gorge now playing it off the side. Can Shui get there first? George missing it. Leaving it to Tommy, which is getting a bit dangerous. A double commit on the save. But it looks like RAF managed to survive just a few seconds longer. Ball coming in. Nice pinch there from Alistair. Getting it away from the net. Absolutely crucial if they want to keep this at 7. Now on the offensive. Tommy trying to do some defending, but it's going to drop right to Sushi. Sushi playing it down again, just trying to stop this attack. It's not over yet, but
touches there.
There it is.
As much as that was a nice demo, I don't think it was well timed. They haven't gained anything on the map. We were saying the same stuff in League of Legends before. If you're going to get a kill, it has to be at an opportune time. Can you get a turret? Are you able to get a Herald or a Baron? In this case, can you get boost?
Yeah.
Open up the back line.
It's a matter of decision making. Luxonate aren't giving RAF a chance to choose what they want to do. Alistair opting for the boost there, meaning he couldn't get to the ball in time. Sushi, seeing the direction he was coming from, knew if he went to the left, he was going to get that rebound straight into the net. And this is, again, that map positioning we were talking about earlier. They are absolutely got a perfect read on this game. Tommy going to just slow the game down a bit, trying to take it past with style. There he goes, takes it past one, takes it on the bonnet, flicks it up, goes for another shot, gets it off the side. Unfortunately, doesn't quite square it away, because that would have been a nice goal for Tommy there.
Sushi. Come on. Be nice to your teammates.
This is the Sushi show popping out. Tommy, though, denying him the goal with an unfortunate deflection, knocking it back towards their own net there. It's I do want to point out that, though it has been a pretty one-sided series, RAF have been playing. They've been playing fine. They have not given up. They're still trying, and I think that shows great character. So I really want to commend them for that.
And I think we've got an opening now. Gorge is going to be first to this ball, and he is able to force Awesome into a difficult position. That bump onto Shui does leave Luxonate with another chance to score, and they do secure goal number 10 in Game 3.
Yes, it's I think we can classify as that pinch shot. It was, again, I think we've seen just about every variety of goal we can have at this point. I just don't know what else to say. It's been a fantastic series. Have we got another game to play after this? I can't quite remember.
We do have a 4th game in the series. Although if there's any more misses like that, we may have a few more afterwards. Luxonate leads or on match points, but there's still an opportunity for RAF to try something if Luxonate starts giving the game away.
Yeah, one more game to go, guys, and then we'll be wrapping up this series. And in the next event will be Luxonate taking on the Navy. Now, it's important to note, I've just spotted in the chat there, Max Chats, who is the, I believe he's the head of the RAF Esports department, mentioning that last time they played a show match in a sort of best of 3 scenario in May, the RAF took both the Overwatch and the League of Legends games against the Navy, but lost against the Navy in the Rocket League. So in theory, we should have a better team coming up from the Navy. But that was back in May, so who knows what's changed since then. I think everybody's ready to get into game 4, and I'm probably going to call it the final game of this series, which may be ambitious, but we'll see. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, I don't think it's definitely not over. RAF still have a good chance of bringing this back. It's a momentous task, admittedly, but I do think they've got enough about them to be able to get a few goals squared away here. So I am looking forward to hopefully a fantastic showing from RAF now.
Reverse sweep, perhaps.
I would love that reverse sweep, actually. It's it would be nice to see it. The chance of it happening very slim, as Awesome's already spotted the open net and just decided, yeah, go on then, I'll have that goal already.
I didn't exactly see what happened on kickoff here. I see Shui bumping George and Alistair not able to return from that boost pickup fast enough.
Yeah, this is what I mentioned earlier about Luxnate denying them the choice of whether they go for boost or they concede a goal. It's not a choice you should make. It's always got to be stopping that ball going in, because then your boost was worthless. And again, just taking it apart, showing them exactly what happens if they do opt for the boost. And I think that starts playing mind games, because now they're going to not risk going for the boost, meaning they're starving themselves out, giving Luxnate free reign to just apply this pressure. Sushi, there he goes, taps it in off the ceiling, and just, again, if the RF had boost for that, they could have contested. Unfortunately, the double commit, George knocking, I think it was Shui out of the way, just meant it was a bit of a... yeah, just a big mistake, essentially, as the way I want to word it.
The problem with that first kickoff was it wasn't even a bad time to get boost. It was straight off the kickoff. In any normal circumstance, it'd be totally fine. Getting it, Tommy whiffing in the corner allows RAF some time to get out of her own box. Alistair almost bumps for Awesome as well. Tommy bumping Sushi sends that ball towards the orange half, where it's Awesome now tucking this one back through. The pressure being applied once again.
Oh, so nice block from Alistair, keeping this pressure and this attack alive. Trying to get it to Shui, but unfortunately Tommy getting there first. Alistair popping it up, but this is where Luxnate shine most. They love playing from the air, and Awesome just showing exactly what happens if they do pop it up. The only way the Navy are going to come back from this is if they keep that ball low and try and get some demos going, but it's kind of hard when 90% of the map is off the floor.
But they're having a hard time getting to the ball while it's in their danger zone. So I've seen Alistair go up for at least a few aerials. I remember one of the goals that RAF scored, he didn't have to go up in the air. I'm not sure if that was a fake or
it was a double fake from Tommy, yeah. You could tell he was trying to hold on and get that commit out. It looked like it paid off. Tommy now going to have that shot on goal. It's a rather weak shot, but still required the double commit on the save, which means now the net's wide open. Normally Sushi would have been there to pick that up, but it looked like he dropped back this time. Also now having to play it across, but no one there to pick it up. And it looks like they're just trying to put it towards the net now with no game plan after that. But Navy managing to play it forward. George going to have the shot. Unfortunately, he's knocked up too far and wide. It's gone straight to Sushi. Is now playing it off the side. Nice pass to Awesome, but he nearly managed to block it himself there.
We see Shui and George both missing out on hitting that ball. The bump comes through from, I believe that was Awesome. And another fourth now for Luxnate. A little behind what we saw in some of the early games of the series. But I've no doubt that once they get back into the swing of things, they can start scoring.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When Luxnate get that momentum going. Oh, that was a nice play. Now they've got two players on the attack with full... Tommy squaring it, but it's a nice save from George, or Gorge. I'm not quite sure which one I'm going with yet. Alistair now going to try and have a shot on target. Playing it off the backboard. Can they finish it? No, it's been cleared away by Awesome. Tommy now on the attack. He's got 92 boost, which is more than enough to see this away. Tries a flip reset himself, but unfortunately can't manage it. Net's still wide open. Sushi going to try the tight angle. Unfortunately, can't get that either. Looks like RAF are going to get through by the skin of the teeth there. I was wrong. That was, again, another beautiful snipe from Sushi there. Oh, in fact, sorry, Tommy with the... Sushi with the goal steal. I got my team mixed up there. That was... Yeah.
I can't believe he even managed to... that didn't seem to do anything to the ball. I'm impressed that counted.
Yeah, that's... you were saying how they're not the villains. How can you say that after seeing that? Sushi with the goal steal. Awesome! Brutalising that in. He's like a rugby player with 5 men hanging from him. He's taking that ball into the goal, and he manages to get it. Just bullying his way through. And yeah, we're up to 6-0 now with 2 minutes 24 to go.
It might be a good time to bring up that placement of his car on the ball essentially gave the defence no options. Gorge had a good touch, but wasn't able to get it through Awesome because he just essentially had the bottom of his car planted on the ball.
Yeah, this is what we mentioned earlier about the difference in skill. Tommy! The difference in skill gaps is there is another mechanic that takes you to that next level. And like you say, positioning your ball after a touch, knowing exactly where that rebound's going to go, that is what takes you up another level towards that pro tier. And I would not be surprised to see these playing in, I don't know, the biggest tournaments you can get throughout the world, because these are just young lads. They've got a lot of years left to play this.
Of course, probably thinking about NSE and Mule for next year already. I know. Oh, okay. REF able to return and goal. A defensive mishap once again from the side of Lux and Esports.
I just want you to pay witness to the score yet again. We've got yet another Brazil. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to see two. If I remember correctly, they managed to get two in the All-Star final as well. Sushi doing what he does best. A bit of freestyling in the air, but in fact didn't even need the extra touch, just designed to see that in from back there.
Spinning for every aerial. 8-1 now, 2 minutes left on the clock or thereabouts. And then finally, the RAF will have some time to recover from what has been again. See, they did this before. I think they're trying to exploit the fact that the kickoffs from RAF have been poor.
It's not so much that they've been poor. Everyone throughout the championships dread Sushi on a kickoff, because no matter what, he always manages to get there first and just cause chaos. With them both splitting off like that, they're expecting the RAF keeper to come flying out, trying to recover it, and hopefully also would have managed to get there first. Unfortunately, just knocking it a bit wide, and the RAF didn't take the bait, which is a fantastic decision from them. But it looked like it still didn't make much of a difference in the end, I'm afraid. Tommy now is in fact going to leave that for Awesome to play back off the side. They're going to go on the attack. Shui unfortunately missing it a bit. Sushi knocking it wide, so they've still got a bit of breathing room. But the attack is never over from this Luxon team.
The attack may be over now, though. RAF had an opportunity to build some pressure, but again, it's just cleared once again. They're not able to get in front of the ball. Oh! Alistair able to get under that ball, tap it off his crossbar and back down again. Get the ball to angle away from his goal. That massively opened the way up for him.
Yes. It's hard to find words sometimes. Again, I daren't say anything when stuff like this happens. Ball just slowly rolling in. Somehow that didn't go in, but doesn't mean they've stopped trying. Sushi trying to keep the attack alive, playing it off to the corner. Unfortunately, looks like no one got hold of that. Attack's going to fall to DJ Shui, managing to pass it to Alistair. Alistair now on the attack, but again, we've got the starvation of boost here. He's having to attack with nothing in his tank whatsoever. And looks Nate sitting comfortably. All three players with full tanks. There's just very little you can do on an attack in that situation. But there we go. Long shot off the backboard. Can they get a tap in? Alistair tries. It would have been good, but unfortunately it's just too late.
Yeah, almost tucking it in at the end there. Would have been a brilliant end to what has been a dominant series from Lux and 8, but hard fought by the RA.
Absolutely. Huge GGs to both teams. That was pretty special from Luxonate there, coming out really strong from the get-go. And solidly defeating their opponents in RAF Esports. So BEA, as a representative organisation, has won a show match, everyone.
Unfortunately, you know Sushi is never going to let that drop.
Unfortunately, yeah, I know. But fantastic performance from both sides. RAF did really well to put up with it. And of course, Luxonate weren't mean about it either. But yeah, really, really good games. Thanks to Sigmoid and Squark. We will be back in a few moments as soon as we have the Navy guys loaded in for a second show match with Luxonate taking on the Navy. Be right back. Welcome back to the stream, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us. We've just had a slight lineup change from the previous match, which saw Luxinate take on the RAF Esports in a dominant fashion, winning 4 games to 0. And this time, as news got around about what World Esports Day is and what was going on, the RAF had sort of been in contact with the Navy, and they decided they wanted a turn as well. So I'm proud to announce that we have this extra show match for you today, which was organised very last minute, but it is going ahead. So please welcome in Squark and Sigmoid again as we talk about the next matchup. Hi guys.
Hello again.
So the Royal Navy literally spoke to me the night before last and said, look, can we get involved some way, shape or form? And thankfully, Luxinate are kind enough to agree to a double best of 7. Admittedly, their first games didn't go to all 7, so they don't have to worry about playing too much. But do you think that's going to impact this game?
I'm not sure if the warm-up they got from the Royal Air Force games are going to have that big an impact. They were just essentially scoring over and over. Maybe that will lean Royal Navy's favour. Maybe it won't make a difference.
Squawk.
I am unfortunately going to have to be a bit biased with this, as one of my close friends helps with the esports in the Royal Navy. So this is a grudge match for us. It's our team against his team. So I have explained to Luxinate that I want them to basically do that again. So I'm going to be very biased. I think that was their warm-up, and I think they're going to come out guns blazing. Otherwise, I'm not going to be happy.
Well, I guess we will have to see. We're just setting the lobby up now. I believe everybody in the teams is more or less good to go. It's just me that needs to get in, I think. So I'll be doing that right now, and then we should be good to go.
I will need it as well. So.
All right. So after Lux's dominating performance last round, this is a bit of a bonus round for us here at the British Esports Association, but I'm proud to announce that we did win a show match on Rocket League, which is of course my favourite game, and of course one of our favourite esports that we participate in the championships. Luxinate, for any of you guys who are watching who are in the championships and are using this as an opportunity to scout your opponents in the future, Luxinate are obviously looking very scary right now. So we're just waiting for the Royal Navy guys to jump into the lobby, and then we'll be good to go. Any predictions, guys?
I mean, you mentioned ranks before the break. I know Luxinate is something like GC2, GC1, C3 right now, and the Royal Navy side are GC1, GC1, Gold 3. So I'm going to have to edge this one to Luxinate. By how much? I'm going to give Royal Navy maybe 1 game over the course of a series.
Well, as we know, my standpoint, I'm hoping for a nice clean 4-0. I do think they might drop a game, but I still see Luxnate taking it.
Fair enough. I think we might have to do a slight remake. Just checking here on the lobby status.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes.
We need to do
yes,
a quick. We need to do a quick remake, guys. So just bear with us for a few moments while we get this lobby sorted.
No, that's fine. It gives us a chance just to reflect, I think, from that past game. Because, again, I know I'm going to start getting hit up. The long distance pool shot, I just want to bring that up again. Was it intentional?
No. No, it wasn't.
Was it even processing, or was it just an entire misplay? Because I know what they're going to say, but that is the standout moment from the past series that I've seen. That's all that's going through my mind is that, and how I'm going to see clips of it in the championships chat soon, just popping up every 3 minutes. So I need to squash it now, intentional or not.
All right, and as we can see, there's some people asking in the chat about ranks. I know we just mentioned it, but yeah, the Navy guys are 2 GCs and a gold 3, I believe. So it should be quite an interesting one here. This gives me another opportunity, real quick, to shout about World Esports Day and what we're doing here. This is something that's been in our pipeline for a long time. We decided to make it happen this year. This is obviously going to be an annual event, hopefully, and more people will be involved. If you want to find out who is involved currently, you can always just go to the World Esports website. I'll post the link for you right now, and then head over to the activities page to see what everybody is up to. But lots of people from all around the world are contributing in some way, shape or form to World Esports Day with their organizations or as an individual, So if you want to do anything to support World Esports Day, feel free to go on the website, submit any content that you like, and we'll highlight it over the next week or so. You can also donate as well. With the charity that we're supporting this year is Special Effect, which is a charity which supports physically disabled gamers. So please do go check them out as well, specialeffect.org. So I think we're more or less ready to get into the game now. Am I right in saying that, Sigmoid?
Yes, more or less. Just waiting on you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't see the change in details there. My bad. There we go. Yep, I'm in.
Lovely. All right then. Shall we? I'll pass it over to you guys. Enjoy the game. Best of luck to Luxinate and the Navy.
Right. So this is precisely what I've been waiting for all week. This is the game that matters to me, and I am at the edge of my seat already because there's a lot on the line for me, even though it's a charity match. As usual. Sorry, go on.
I'd like to say I'm on the edge of my seat, but if I shuffle any further forward, I'll fall off.
Again, we're seeing this pressure coming out from Luxinate. Ball going straight to Sushi, but it looks like it was stopped by Payne there. Now again on the defence, it's a bit of a fluff, leaving the ball in a dangerous position. Awesome picks it up, but Payne playing it away. And already we're seeing the Navy coming... Oh, sorry, yeah, it is the Navy. Fighting back, not going for these baits that Luxinate were throwing before. And already we're starting to see a severe skill difference popping up already.
And for the first time, I think all series, we've seen Luxinate really caught off guard. I think that was a full 2 seconds just spent by Sushi and Awesome on the left side. And Sushi, he's out of boost. For the first time all series, he's not been able to do anything with the ball. Credit to the RAF guys for sorting that out.
This is precisely what we've mentioned was Luxinate's weakness. As soon as they lose that momentum and they're caught on the back foot, they really start to struggle. They start panicking. Like we were saying before, there wasn't a moment in the past few series where Sushi didn't have boost, and yet already caught out in the first minute of the game on the first attack from the Navy. And he's going to have to start getting his head together, realising now that it's not going to be the stomp that he thought it was, and we've actually got a proper game going now.
Awesome out to Sushi, pitching over towards the other side. That's going to be caught by the RAF, assuming they get to it. With too much respect being shown to Tommy, I think, there, and Sushi's able to tap it mid.
Yes, now again, Luxinate on the back foot. Respawn, unfortunately, just missing that, leaving Tommy to collect it. Payne missing it as well. It looks like it's up to Nurio, I want to say. Unfortunately, wasn't able to achieve anything with it. Crossed it wide to Payne, I think it was. But looked like he opted to go for the boost instead of going on the attack. And now Luxinate are able to slow the game down, take a breather, But again, this pressure's starting to fly back at them, and this is not a comfortable position for Luxnate right now. Or maybe I spoke too early. Net's wide open. Payne managing to flick it over from the pass from Awesome. Nurio now on the attack. Sushi getting there first, taking it past. Managing to take it round 2 with an unfortunate deflection from Payne. Ball's in a dangerous position with a nice bump. And there we go, first game of the series. And we've got 2 minutes 40 left.
See that bump coming back into effect once again. Sushi driving through and getting that slight knock onto Respawn. He was still moving in the general direction of the ball, but he was so far off to the left that it just became so easy for Tommy to tap that one in.
Yeah, again, we've got a different showing now. Sushi's starting, well, I mean, all of the Luxnate players, they're starting to focus more on demos as we see Awesome take out Nurio. It's something Luxnate really like to do, is start putting demos on the game when they start to struggle. Because, again, it denies boost, denies positioning, and makes it 2v3 for just a short while, and that gives them that advantage to attack again. And again, Tommy now trying to play it forward. Awesome with another demo. They're out for blood. And again, can't say I'm upset about it. Tommy going high for it, net wide open. There it is. Yet another one. And it's a lovely play from Luxnate.
I was not expecting Tommy to be the impact player in this series, but once again, Sushi tapping the ball up, this time off the sideline. Tommy in the right place, just aims it down and into that box.
Yes, Tommy's had a fantastic day, to be fair. He has probably been the one that's developed the most, in my opinion. Again, Sushi doing what he likes to do best, popping goals in. But even though Sushi has been the goal maker of this series, I think Tommy has probably made the biggest improvement I've seen. So he's playing out of his socks, and I couldn't be happier right now. Sushi managing to make it 3-0, and now we see the momentum shifting in Luxnate's favour, and this is them comfortable again.
Awesome though, not looking so comfortable after that miss. Tommy and Sushi both having to head back, and it's a laboured clear. Sushi only able to put it off his own backboard.
This is, again, like, even though Luxnate having that aggression and finally get the momentum with a 3-0 lead, that defence, as soon as they come out, this Navy team knows how to pick it apart, putting that pressure on. A nice cornering bit from there from Payne, sorry. And unfortunately was stopped dead in its tracks. But again, we're seeing skill popping out of this Navy team, and Luxnate cannot rule it out. They cannot get overconfident like they did with the RAF team. So even though it's still got 1 minute 15 left at the time, it's never going to be an over game until the whistle's blown, essentially.
I think the issue the Navy is going to have is that Luxnate are not going to have the time to switch off. I don't think they're ever going to have enough consistent pressure to really sort of buy themselves some time to relax, and then that's when they get caught off usually.
Yes, definitely. I mean, we've seen how much Luxnate like to put that ball in the air. Aerials are their sort of forte. It's what they do best, but they can't do it against this Navy team because this Navy team is going up to challenge them pretty much every single time. So it's taking them out of the comfort zone, but that is how you improve as a player and as a team, is adversity, essentially. It's a nice pass to Payne, doesn't quite connect with it, and it looks like it's now going back to Sushi again. Can't take it past Nurio, who's now on the attack, but Tommy managing to stop it. Respawn with the follow-up, but Tommy again. Nice stop. Can he get the triple? Hat-trick on the defence. Absolutely fantastic. Kept this attack alive. And now can Awesome take it past 3 players. Can't get it past Nurio, but with 8 seconds left, I don't think it matters now.
Yeah, it's all but over at this point. Sushi getting another clear, maybe looking for a 4th, although RAF now taking control of this from their back line. A tap-up means Tommy has an opportunity, but I'm not sure he's got the time or the boost to find the ball. He does not. Luxnate win game 1, 3-0.
Yeah, it wasn't as comfortable as we like to see, well, as long as they like to see, really. But it just means that this is going to be a cracking series, and we could actually get a game 5.
That was a significant difference watching that game to watching the game 1 of the RAF. But yeah, honestly, the difference is so phenomenal. I mean, if you look just at the points, you know, Tommy and Sushi sitting at 400. Awesome got completely shut down there, less than 100 points. You know, so it is what it is. You know, these guys who have from the Navy have actually turned up, showed them here, look, you can't just roll over us. You know, you need to show us some respect, be a bit afraid, and fingers crossed we see a bit more of that in the next game.
Definitely.
So yeah, just to remind everybody, this is the last game of the day and the series. So thank you ever so much for being here and for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure and privilege of mine to stream for you today. And of course, we've seen some amazing games as well. So please do check out the World Esports Day website at worldesportsday.com. Show your support there. And of course, if you feel like donating, go ahead and do so to Special Effect. I'll post the link in the chat for you. Looks like we are on to game 3. So Squark and Sigmoid, I'll leave it with you, but take it away.
Okay, having just witnessed the end of game chat there's a very high potential that these teams have actually played each other in ranked. So it's just showing that though there was a difference in skill levels, they are still relatively equal teams. So it is going to be a great showing yet again. Looks like Navy going to win the kickoff this time, which is unusual against the Lux team. Ball is in a dangerous position, squared away from Nurio, and for the first time, Luxonate are trailing.
And this is where it gets dangerous. Luxonate are the younger players, more likely to suffer from mental, lack of control, I suppose. You let your emotions get in the way of a Rocket League game, in any game, in fact, you end up on the back foot. Sushi, though, has been deterred. It's Tommy that has to come through and clear that one up from another double commit from Luxonate. Makes me wonder.
It's looking shaky. It's looking very shaky.
It's looking really shaky.
Yeah, this is precisely what we're on about. The second that Luxonate are pressured, I mean, this, it doesn't show you. We had a double commit leading to both players sending each other in opposite directions, and it was a shambles of a defense there from the Luxonate team. I mean, normally it's Luxonate that are leading 2-0 at this point, and it's been a while since they've had to contend with coming from a loss at a sense. So it's nice to see them having to fight for a win. Sushi now going to try and take it forward, but again, they just can't seem to get it past as comfortably as they want. Sushi going to play it forward, passing it to Tommy. Tommy gets the flip, but without any boost. Can't finish it. Sushi knocks it wide, and it's defended by Nurio quite comfortably.
I think that having seen this doesn't bode well for their upcoming game against Vigoa College Swansea Owls, because that team, so far unbeaten, haven't actually had a chance to do a rank check, but they went unbeaten, a 3-0 sweep against the BSA Griffins, the same scoreline that Luxonate managed, and now they're suffering here. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance that Luxonate could suffer their first in-tournament loss since, I want to say, Carmel College in the British Esports All-Star Showdown.
Has it been that long?
That long. 5 months in high school matches.
It's an impressive statistic, except this team is falling apart right now. We're seeing double commit after double commit. We're seeing poor passing. We're seeing consistently.
Oh, look, Squark. I think Tommy's come through.
That was a lovely attempt from Tommy, but I think he just ran out of boost towards the end and couldn't match the pace of the ball. It was a lovely attempt, but unfortunately it's leaving them on the back foot now, and they're having to work for this. Sushi missing his aerial. He's out of boost. It's now going to be a 3v2 on attack, but Tommy doing what he does best, defending it comfortably, playing it forward, and Sushi now trying to make something of this.
One thing that people might not be taking note of is that Respawn, I believe, is sitting back post with next to no boost, was able to scrape them together to find his way to that. But okay, never mind. If they'd held on the Luxonate lads, they could have gotten the goal out of it using that boost differential, but they're still behind. They're still trailing by 2 with half the game left. Awesome now, centering the ball for Tommy, but it's Nurio getting in the way. Respawn, he was getting close to it, but exactly on the halfway point of the game, Sushi puts Luxonate on the board, brings it back to within 1 goal.
Yeah, that was a great block from Nurio, unfortunately going straight to another Luxonate player. Sushi managing to find that far post, but that was not a comfortable goal. It was a fraction off going wide, hitting the post, bouncing out, and would have left them a man short with no boost. Sushi playing it forward, Tommy coming off the backboard, unfortunately not getting the right angle. Also with the follow-up, but a lovely block from Payne. Tommy now trying to defend this with 12 boost, 7, he's out and can't contend. Looks like the attack's going to falter, but Sushi with a follow-up. Nurio taking it round, getting the demo, and it looks like Luxonate are really starting to panic now. Sushi now trying to chase it up. Respawn going to play it up into the air. Again, it's not as safe as it used to be for Luxonate there, but looks like the attack's going to falter. Tommy now going to play it forward. Got enough boost to contend, unfortunately, dropping it too low. can't keep hold of it, and this game is starting to become a little bit scrappy.
Awesome, going to be the one pinching this ball off the corner. It wasn't the touch he was looking for, and once again, Northgate sixth form, Luxonate Esports on the back line. 90 seconds left. This is looking pretty dire, Squawk.
I've never ruled this team out. They always seem to find it in themselves to come back, and even if they do drop this game, I think that's going to make them buckle down even more. However, they could end up dropping the game, and as I told them, I won't be best pleased if they do. Looks like they're going to try and go on the attack again. Sushi with the follow-up. Can't quite get it under control, and the attack is going in the way of the Navy again. Lovely pass, Payne, unfortunately not on four wheels. Can't quite contend. Missing the ball again, and without any boost, he's going to have to drop back. Nurio, he's missed the ball completely, but Respawn picks it up, playing it forward, and Tommy with a nice aerial defense there. Seeing it to the side, easily blocked by Sushi there, but it's Luxonate that need to go on the offensive if they want to bring this game back right now.
Awesome now, tapping the ball central, but it's super slow. Respawn getting a nice clear. Sushi with a follow-up might be able to center once again. Tommy was in the right spot at the right time. Open net as a result. Nurio double committing. And finally, after I want to say 4 minutes of being behind, Northgate sixth form have tied it up and will be looking to take this to overtime or indeed win in regulation.
That was, again, not a very clean goal. If Payne would have connected with that, they would have probably lost this game. But Luxonate managing to bring it back under control. Tommy contending there, knocking it back towards Respawn. Now, even in fact, he's keeping this attack alive. Open net again without any boost. He still gets it. They go ahead, and we're back in the game.
Yeah, Respawn here. He hit that ball almost straight into Tommy, and I think that, yeah, Payne went out of his way. I think he thought about getting boost, but doubled back just before he reached it.
Yeah,
I think point might as well have gone for it.
I think Payne realized, he thought that was no way was he going to get that tie to goal. Didn't expect Tommy to keep going for it, but in fact he does, managing to square it away. But I think that was down to, again, another misplay by Payne, unfortunately, there.
Although Respawn trickled through. 9 seconds left. We're at 3-3. We have a series, Squat.
Yeah, this is the closest game that Luxonate have had in such a long time. And I'm just glad I get to be the one that talks about it. Oh. I mean, 9 seconds left. We know Sushi likes his kickoffs, but it's Tommy on the attack there. Awesome sitting back. I'm not sure that was the position he needed to be. Tommy just making sure this attack falters. Sushi going to try and play off the side. Can he manage it? He's got full boost to do it. He flicks it over one. Defended by Respawn, who's going to let it drop. Awesome keeping it alive, but I think the attack's gone, and there it is. Overtime.
First of the day, remarkably. Overwatch doesn't count, by the way.
Oh, definitely not. Tommy, unfortunately, missing that. Zero boost, couldn't contend with it. Sushi and Awesome, double committing up there. This is not a time to be making miscommunication plays like that. Tommy again, stopping the ball dead in its tracks, but Nurio picking it up. Again, look at this. Tommy just making sure this ball is not going towards the net. Sushi now playing it off the backboard. Respawn keeping their attack alive. Awesome without any boost. He's in a bit of danger here. Respawn centering it. Nurio with the pick-up, and there it is! Luxonate going behind from a lovely play. You could spot it a mile away, but as Luxonate were starved, nothing they could do.
Yeah, Awesome started off a little too low, wasn't able to find his way back up to that ball. I think he just gambled on being able to flip in the right place, but if you don't adjust, there's no way you're getting back to it.
Putting them through their paces in that game, bringing it to an OT, and then scoring that absolute dunk at the end there. That was beautiful. Well played to the Royal Navy. Fantastic game there. And actually, I think Lux are looking a little bit scared. What do we think, boys?
Yeah, that is, I think, as their old namesake was Don't Panic, they need to remember that, because the cracks definitely showed from that early goal that they are usually the ones that score. Having that done against them just sort of took them out of the comfort zone, and I don't think they managed to respond early enough, because they managed to get that foot in. They started bringing it back goal after goal, and they just couldn't keep up after that.
But it was definitely noticeable when they went 2-0 down in that first minute and a half or whatever it was. You know, that the next 2 minutes of the Lux play was just shaky. There were people bumping each other. There was double commits left, right, and center. Nobody was in the right position where they needed to be, and to be honest, it really showed. Respawn was taking massive advantage of that as well, finding cracks in the Lux defense that weren't there in the previous series. So we're just getting into game 3 now. It's 1 apiece. So here we go, guys. Good luck.
Yeah. So we've got an actual series. This is phenomenal. I've been dying for something like this. I've had my my fun earlier. Now we can get a bit more serious, as again these teams mentioning that they had a similar skill level, and they're actually putting that to proof right now with Navy managing to get a game back off them.
I mean, any good Rocket League series should be terrifying and exciting all at the same time. Oh, that's a huge slip. I mean, could be a disappointing goal for Luxonate Esports to concede. Fortunately, Nurio overdoes the centre, and Luxonate bought a little time.
Luxonate have started, like, their usual way of scoring was a play off the backboard. Now I've been seeing a lot more of these sort of triple delta attacks coming out. Everyone has a touch on the ball before it goes in. The only problem is now, when that misses, their net is wide open and they have to scramble back without any boost that they've committed. And as we just saw there, Respawn managing to get a boost in his own half when all 3 Luxonate players were in there. This is not the pressure that they normally apply. Tommy now scrambling back, but with a missed touch going straight to Nurio. Gets there in time to recover, but it's still not secure just yet.
Sushi, I think he was trying to fake out the defending player. It must have been Respawn, based on the event feed. Tommy going to be tapping this one out to Sushi down mid. That's just going to be caught by Respawn once again. They don't have that backline pressure that they had in the previous series.
Now they are definitely sitting back a bit, this Luxonate team now. Not willing to take the chances that they normally would, but that is what makes the Luxonate team who they are. They love taking chances, they love aggression, and they love demos, but again, they're not even bringing them out in this current series. And I think they're still underestimating this Navy team, who's definitely fighting back. As I was saying, Respawn showing exactly why, and this is, again, knocking this Luxonate team, just knocking the wind out of them.
I'm almost confused. I can only assume that the ranks Elliot gave us must be at least slightly off. I wouldn't be able to tell you who the gold 3 is on the REF side, because they've all been playing.
No, they've all played well. Yeah, they've all played well. I reckon it was an ice hockey rank, because this is you can't spot the weakness in this Navy team, or at least the weakest player. Payne has missed a few chances, but again, I don't think that's a gold level that he's playing at. It's just a fantastic showing. Again, Luxonate scrambling on that defense. It pays off. But again, another demo. Sushi now fighting back. Sushi now playing it back to Awesome, which was a nice decision. Playing it off to Tommy. Respawn intercepted, but with a bump from Tommy, can't follow it up anymore. Nurio now going to try and go on the offensive. Can't quite get there in time. Respawn takes over, but it's a lovely save from Tommy yet again. The Superman of this team right now. And he's trying to keep everything alive.
It's beginning to feel like REF are low on boost right now. Respawn has 70. Tommy pops over to Nurio. Can't get there in time, and Sushi tucks the ball in. It's around the same time as last.
That was it was again another scramble, not the cleanest goal, but yeah, this Tommy is playing out of his socks. This is really what I want to see, is all the players shining, and I couldn't be happy with Tommy. His defense has been really strong, his positioning's been great, his aerial's been fantastic. In fact, there we go, we'll add shooting to the list. Snipes a goal from the sideboard, and that is taking them into the lead.
And it feels like it's almost been too long since they last had it. They had it for a brief few seconds at the end of the last game, but the Navy been on top pretty much ever since. 2 minutes and 16 is the time on the clock. Luxonate now once again trying to set up for a third goal in this series. Sushi in the corner, he couldn't find it. Awesome S64 sitting in the right place at the right time, puts it towards that near post, and now it's a commanding lead again for Luxonate.
Again, once Luxonate find the footing, it's just goal after goal. And again, I think that was a 3-player goal. Every player having a touch on the ball. Sushi with his famous kickoff, beating him to the ball. Nurio picking it up though, going on the offensive. Awesome playing it down, but it's a dangerous position. Salvaged by Sushi. And it looks like Nurio's going to have to drop back without any boost. Tommy now going to try and keep it off the sideboard, playing it forward, but I think he didn't have as much time as he actually did. Could have played it down and kept it under control. So again, they're playing better, but it doesn't mean that they're not panicking right now.
You should always be panicking in a game of Rocket League. It's so fast-paced, and if you haven't tried it yet, it's free, has been for the last couple of weeks. And, well, yeah, that's an example why. Sushi, perfect placement, gets it to tuck just under the crossbar, catching all the players on RAF off guard.
I just want to imagine comms then, when Tommy was coming front ball and Sushi just going, leave it! Because he's fear off at that last second. And Lot is just managing to get them this game 3 potentially. 3 goals ahead, 1 minute 20 left. It's not over yet, but he's certainly looking a bit more comfortable, and Lux and 8 finally get that breathing room they wanted. Now Sushi trying to keep the defence going. Tommy, who has been the superstar so far, playing it forward. It's gone off the corner into the backboard, but it's been defended well. Awesome off the backboard, but no one to pick it up. Nurio managing to get it clear, straight to respawn, but with a bump, unfortunately can't get hold of the ball now.
Nurio now tapping the ball up for respawn. It's into the middle. Payne going up. He's whiffed it, and the Royal Navy, they've thrown that one away ever so slightly. Tommy now trying to bring that ball towards the goal. Awesome, that's a tap in the wrong direction. She's going to labour that clear.
That was absolutely crucial, and again, they're scrambling back to defend these shots. They are leaving the net wide open, but if they can manage a save like that and look flashy at the same time, just keep doing it. It's a crucial demo from Nurio, but unfortunately, Awesome and Sushi left wide open, just squaring it away. This is a completely different game to the last one we've just seen.
Yes, yeah, we can see Lux and 8 have realised that they've been put behind by the Royal Navy, and now they've made adjustments for not going for as many risky plays. That being said, Sushi is playing the ball across his own net, does actually manage to get a respawn. Awesome, back to the middle. Tommy beats up Nurio, that one's on target.
Lovely
a save from respawn.
Yeah, it looks like Lux and 8 aren't the only ones that can pull out a flashy save. Again, that was a fantastic shot on target, but just seen away. I think it was it Nurio or Respawn?
It was Respawn with the save, Tommy with the shot.
It was a fantastic effort, but Lux and 8 finding the footing now and happily coming back into this game 3.
It's a 5-1 lead there for Lux and 8. Actually, after we had such a close kind of game 2, I was not expecting this to be a dominating win. I thought that, you know, Royal Navy had found their footing and kind of discovered the secret to crushing that Lux and 8 defense, but I'm kind of a bit shocked that their performance wasn't as up to the standard I expected it after watching game 2.
Yeah, if this would have been, say, a year ago, just after the Championships final, I think Lux and 8 would have crumbled at this point. But this is showing just the progress that they've made, how they're able to regroup after a loss and just get it together. Yeah, they dropped the first goal, but that didn't mean that they'd broken the spirits. In fact, Sushi's tag is free spirit, and I think they've proved it just then by coming back with that 5-1 victory.
And that was an insanely excellent save from Sushi there in the last 30 seconds of that game. What a save, what a save, what a save. Chat disabled for 3 seconds. It looks like the server has just gone down, so we will be remaking the lobby, so just please bear with us for a few moments, guys, while we get that sorted. So that gives me a great opportunity to once again shout out to everybody who's cheered us today. Thank you very much for being in the stream. I know it's Worlds, I know it's RLCS, all going on at the same time, so I really do appreciate you guys who have come along to support us here at the British Esports Association, and the guys from the Royal Air Force and from the Royal Navy as well. It's been fantastic to have you guys on. We're just remaking the lobby now. But in the meantime, why don't you go and check out the World Esports website, which is worldesportsday.com. There's the link for you in the chat, and also feel free to go and head over to the donate page. We are raising money for special effects. The link is also there in the chat for you guys. So we are remaking the lobby right now. As we should be. Is everybody in? I'm just looking now.
No, it's just me and Squark being lonely in the lobby.
That's what we do best. We make our own fun at this point. But Yeah, we were talking about the series going on as it was. That was a different game. Like game 2, the cracks were showing, the weaknesses were there, and they bounced back. I think Navy can still smell blood in water. They are coming out guns blazing. It was just a few misplays. I think it was Payne missed a few saves, and that is what sort of set them back on the back foot. And once you're on the back foot against this Luxemate team, you really need to step up to stop that attack.
Yeah, I really want to agree with what Sigmoid was saying earlier on in the match. I was just thinking to myself, I can't tell which of these players is Gold 3. You know, they're all playing fantastically and their synergy is really strong. That being said, I also want to shout out to the RAF team who did get a little bit of a stomp from Luxemate in the previous series. I've just found out that their team has only formed a few days ago for this event, 5 days ago in fact, and this isn't their actual main Rocket League team. It's just the guys who were kind of available and ready to play today. So a big shout out to them, and well played regardless of the score. Anyway, so this is the proper Royal Navy Esports team. So we'll see if they can take Game 4.
Yes, it's shaped up to be a great series so far. The predictions, well, I mean, I'm already wrong, but this is definitely the kind of game we'll see. Sushi coming out with a demo on phone already showing that they want this aggression back. They want to play the game that they want to. Respawn going on the offensive. Unfortunately, looks like Awesome gets there first, playing it down, takes it past 2, net wide open. Sushi going up, gets the tap off the backboard. I thought the shot was going to come out, but I think he just bottled it at last second.
He wanted that a little too much. That follow-up sent it way out of the realms of possibility for Luxemate.
Oh!
He has, however, lobbed Respawn. Just up a post, Tommy dives in. Manages to secure that one for Luxemate at the very end.
That was filthy. That is what I see this Luxemate team pulling off. That was fantastic. Sushi wanted the goal, but Tommy, again, seeing that he's missed, he has been in the right place at the right time all day. And Tommy just, again, giving them the lead that they need to feel comfortable. Sushi going off the ceiling, intercepted by Nurio, and now the attack's going against Luxemate for once this time. Nurio going up for it, takes it past, it's off the crossbar. Tommy taking it, well, unfortunately not taking it past Payne. Payne defended it well, but looks like Luxemate's still on the attack.
Minute gone, and Luxemate is trying to make their way through once again. Awesome, able to get around Nurio, backflips and to tuck it back round Respawn. But in the end, the Royal Navy able to reassemble them. Oh, that's an awful bump.
Oh no!
It's not on, Squawk. You can relax. Sushi able to find that clear once again. He's going to try to follow this up. I think he was looking for a dunk on Nurio, but Nurio just respecting the fact that Sushi was flying in, and that was a lot of boost used by the 6th form student.
Yeah, that was precisely, again, saying how they're playing Luxemate Rocket League. That is exactly what Luxemate do. They're either smashing it or leaving the net wide open. And by God's grace, they came back out of that alive. The defence is questionable. I mean, we saw the double commit. They crashed into each other on the attack, which is such a rarity. So their comms need a bit of work. But Awesome now on the defence, keeping that ball across the goal line. Sushi playing it across. But again, with Nurio with enough boost to take this on, 4, in fact, dropped down to 4. It looks like it was a bit of a miscommunication from Luxemate, leaving the net wide open for Respawn to pick up the goal.
That was Awesome's ball every time, and yet he hesitates on the wall. I'm beginning to wonder if he was low and Tommy wasn't able to sort of catch up to it.
The call definitely came a bit late there. Awesome should have had that. But as you said, it looked like Tommy was expecting him to take it. This is unfortunate. It's a lovely save from Awesome. That couldn't have been any closer, and in fact it wasn't. Nurio squaring that away. In fact, I think that could have been a pinch, but either way, Navy take the lead.
I don't think I've seen a team keep Luxemate in check quite so well since the Seers.
A fantastic example. They managed to keep up fantastically well, except the All-Stars match, but I think they were...
even in the All-Stars match, that was only 4th. Sushi,
come back, Sushi!
Stealing your friend's goals.
That one wasn't as intentional, but again, that should have been Awesome's, and Sushi just calculatingly landing right in front of the ball, getting that goal. But either way, the score settled up 2-2 with half a game to play, and we're back to square one. Oh, it seems that we're not the only ones. Oh no, Respawn, you should have come out for that. Tommy spotting the weakness, knowing this attack needs to go. But there we are again. Sushi playing it off the backboard and Tommy picking it up. In fact, it almost looked like Respawn had disconnected and just couldn't comprehend where this attack was coming from. So
like
again,
pass for Rocket League.
yeah, Luxonate taking the advantage that they normally do with these backboard plays. Awesome going up. Again, coming off the backboard with 16 boost, not going to be able to compete. But Tommy had denied them their corner boost, so it looks like their attack's going to fall to 2. Payne managing to get the intercept, knocking it to the side, straight to Nurio, who's missed it. Net's wide open if Tommy can get there. Respawn onto the defence, but it's a comfortable save and plays it off to the side. I said it too soon. Not too comfortable. After the save, couldn't get back in time. And Awesome just spotting it. I mean, both players coming for that corner boost. Just left it wide open. And Nurio just couldn't get there. That was a costly mistake.
And now all Luxonate have to do is let that clock wild down. 120 seconds.
We know they don't do that.
Well, we know they don't try to do that, but it is all they have to do. And against a Navy side that's been applying the pressure and forcing the stakes, that might be all they want to do right now.
It's what they should do. But we know Luxonate, they love to attack at all times. Doesn't matter how many goals they've got, they always want more. And I think with the fact that Luxonate's defence is usually the worst part of their play, maybe they do need some more goals just to give them an even more comfortable buffer. I mean, there's still 1 minute 30 left to actually get 2 goals, which is easily done by this Navy team. In fact, it looks like it's coming out there. Crucial defence from Awesome, picked up by Nurio, but it's just wide. Payne going to back up with no boost. Sushi playing it forward, but looks like the entire map has been starved of boost right now. Sushi with a crucial knock to the side. Nurio following up. Payne, though, I still don't think he, did not have any boost to contend with it. So the attack's going to stop right there.
I've been trying to work this out myself, but do you think having no boost is testament to a play style or to a player's skill?
I think it comes down to both. The skill comes from knowing when the time to get the boost is. Lovely pick up from Respawn there. Fantastic long ball from Nurio. Saw the net wide open, played it down, paid for it with his life. But Respawn does him a great service by just sneaking it away there.
I don't think Awesome was fully respecting that, because if he had boost, he should have been using it to get it back sooner. But for whatever reason, not able to follow through.
As you were saying about the boost, I think the skill part of it comes from knowing when to get the boost. Sushi managing to keep the lead ahead. We've still got that 2-goal buffer, which is great. We will finish this point about boost at some point, so I'm going to try and do it during this replay. You need boost to contend. As we know, this Luxonate team, they like to play high balls. You can't contend if you've got no boost. So it's important that you defend your own side by keeping defence on the corners. And if you're under attack, it's that split-second decision of, do I contest the boost or the ball? And 9 times out of 10, better to contest the ball. But in a professional setting, when you've got the communication and teammates who you can rely on, you can get that boost quite comfortably. I mean, Payne with a nice block there. Nurio going up. Sushi beat him to it. Wide open for Awesome, but Respawn getting there just in time. But Nurio, without any boost, can't contend this. It has respawned, but no one's going to quite pick it up. Hopefully Payne will get it on the way down. And it looks like Luxonate now in a bit of danger. Nurio putting it away, but Tommy, again, managing to get the save. Respawn with the follow-up, but it's too little too late. 2 goals still to go, and the clock hits 0. Doesn't mean it's over, but they can't win.
Unfortunately, yes. Luxonate reach match point 3-1 in the series now. We got to see game 5, but the Navy, they'll want to see game 6. They'll want to see game 7. They could feasibly take the series at this point as well.
Yeah.
And only time will tell.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're looking at the points, I mean, I never really paid too much attention at the points, but the game is so close there. You know, it's Sushi only, who's the MVP of this game, according to the points, was only 13 points higher than Nurio, who was putting out 2 assists, 5 shots, 2 saves, 1 goal. He was doing a lot of work for the team there. It's really solid stuff. So I don't think this is over by a long shot. Royal Navy are going to be looking towards this next game with everything they've got. It is their last chance. It's basically they have to win everything now to win the series, or if they lose a single map, that is the end of the series. And obviously Sushi, Awesome, and Tommy are going to be feeling pretty comfortable sitting on that match point. So yeah, what do we think is going to happen? I mean, Payne's been putting out some pretty solid effort, but again, with the whole boost conversation that you guys were having, I feel like he's been struggling the most with keeping up with the pace of the game and continually grabbing those boosts. So I think we'll find out now really kind of what happens. But yeah, tough game for the Navy.
Yeah, as you pointed out with the scoreboard, it's important not to pay too much attention to it because, like playing midfield in a sense, the only things that really get big points, goals, assists, saves, you don't get anything for blocking play in the midfield. So Payne could have been playing there all game and still only racked up 100 points. So never judge it too harshly, it gives you a rough indication. But all that really matters at the end of the day is the end of the game goal score. So again, bit of a misplay there. Nurio booting it up, Tommy receiving it, but Awesome without any boost having to drop back and concede it over to Payne. Payne going up, but it's been stopped by Sushi. Awesome, and Sushi now going up for it. Good read, Sushi backed off. Sushi going up. Can he spike it down? It's a poor spike, but it was nearly good enough. And Respawn with a relatively comfortable save. But it's not over yet. Oh no, there was the misplay.
Out of the way of Sushi.
I would have left that for Awesome personally. Sushi, yeah, come flying in, had the better chance, but he'd already committed to the attack, and Sushi should have backed off just in case. But again, I'm only a poor caster. I'm no good at this game.
Luxonate are not a team that gives any benefit of the doubt to any of their players, though. No. If players want to commit, they will commit. Nurio. Oh! I thought he was going to find far corner there.
Yeah,
unable to, and it was awesome.
Oh,
gets over one, gets over two, has an opportunity on the open net. He's putting up the boost!
Oh, that is something you don't see often. Awesome. Thought that was an open net, had all the time in the world, and somehow managing to miss it. It's
the goal that decides this game. Luxonate will be looking at themselves with discontent.
After Awesome getting his brand new PC as well. You can't make mistakes like that. Now Awesome playing it off the backboard for a bit of redemption. Goes wide, Sushi tries to pick it up, but Respawn crucially knocking it off to the side. Attack is going, but Awesome stopping it down. Off the lip, straight to Sushi, which was a pass. Intercepted, but again, follow up from Tommy, just a bit wide.
So now playing this ball to the midfield. Respawn tapping the ball even further left, gets it to Nurio because he's beaten out Sushi. A backflip flick doesn't send it flying far enough. And Tommy,
without any boost, that was hard to pull off.
Yeah. I suppose if he had the ball placed slightly better on his head, he could have done something slightly more with it. Maybe even a diagonal flip could have had something, but no, not in that circumstance. That's a huge miss from Payne.
Oh! There we go.
Perfectly timed, it seems.
Yeah, chipping it over, just proving that maybe you don't need these flicks. Just a nice tap towards goal is all it needs, because we know Luxonate like to leave that goal wide open so they can make the flashier saves. But it's costed them this time, and they're now having to trail from behind 1-0. Well, nearly. Awesome with a follow-up. It's a lovely save from Respawn.
Tommy's too far up. This is dangerous. Tommy manages to help Luxonate out there. Stops the ball travelling backwards too quickly. And that's another double commit from Luxonate. As we keep saying, as soon as the pressure is applied, they start suffering. And it's only a matter of time before the Navy can start capitalising on it.
Yeah, even with this two-match lead, it's certainly not over, because Luxonate can be their own worst enemy. Tommy without any boost still gets the deflection. Sushi with the follow-up, takes it fast and makes up for that attempt earlier. Score is evened out, and Respawn, with these fantastic saves earlier, just couldn't quite get hold of this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you can say. Yeah.
It wasn't an amazing goal. He did place it well, I suppose, and barely got it past Respawn. I'm just more disappointed for the Navy that they weren't able to get in the way of it in that particular circumstance.
Came down to that original positioning. He would have had that secure easily in any other situation. It's just a fraction, maybe too forward, which meant put him just out of reach of actually being able to save it. And now Sushi now on the attack, 15 boost. Respawn with the denied there on that boost pad, which meant Sushi has to drop back. Nurio now with a nice little float across midfield, plays it down, Respawn with a follow-up, but a lovely save from Awesome. means now Sushi was going on the attack, missing the ball, but Tommy picked it up, plays it centre. Looks like he's going to play it off the backboard, but a lovely interception, knocking it wide and keeping this game equal at the moment.
60 seconds and it's still even. It's beginning to feel a lot like that game 2, the game that the Navy took. Currently their own game in this series as well. They will be looking for another. They want to keep this series alive. They want to make it close. They want to make the former Don't Panic squad sweat.
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing a few bumps coming out from this Navy team, just knowing that they're never going to win a game just by having shots on target. They're going to have to make sure these Luxonate players are out of position. So these little sort of taps out of the way. Sushi missing that shot, which again is unusual for this team. Awesome going up for it. Can he redirect it? Just can't quite get there. All Luxonate players now dropping back. Is it going to be enough? All heading down the same side, and only one player can collect that boost, but it means Payne can't either.
Tommy tucking that ball down. It goes straight to Nerio. 10 seconds on the clock. This ball firmly in the area of half. Sushi able to muscle his way out. Goes for the shielding shot. It's dropped down to Awesome. Awesome an opportunity, but Nerio clears it away. That ball going to go dead, and we have overtime in game number 5.
This is the second overtime we've seen today. And again, I wouldn't have expected anything different from this series, which has been, well, it's been fantastically close. You can never call which game is going which way, except, oh no, Tommy with a lovely save on the back foot. Probably should have been in a better position, but can still capitalise from it. Respawn without any boost means he's just going to have to leave it down. Managing to get the block there, but it's not helped him very much. Sushi with a pickup, but a crucial knock to the side there. Nurio now on the attack. Is it going to be enough? No. The corner, unfortunately, messing up the attack. Can't quite recover it, and no one to pick the attack up after that.
That's a double commit from Luxonate. I don't think they realised it at the time because Tommy was outside of Awesome's camera.
Yeah.
They are still tucks it top right.
That is not how I saw this ending. That was a strange knock-up, really. It was a bit of a misdirect, but Awesome finding the closest top corner that it could ever have been, squeaking away that goal, and a fantastic way to end it.
Whew. And to think, after all that, it's decided on the fortunate pop-up from the Navy. Elliot, what were your thoughts?
Well, I mean, that was a really tough game. You know, they struggled hard. I don't think that overtime was warranted in Luxonate's favour, if I'm being totally 100% honest. I thought it should have gone, you know, Royal Navy's way. They were looking a much stronger team. Awesome particularly was playing very well, but between Tommy and Sushi, I feel they were making a lot of positional mistakes and double commits as well. So yeah, a little bit gutted for the Navy there on that one, but a really well played match from both teams overall.
Oh, definitely.
Cool. All right. Well, that more or less wraps up the stream, I believe, with a 4-1 going towards Luxonate there in the final series of the day, having beaten the RAF 4-0. So fantastic games on the Rocket League front. The British Esports suffered a little bit in Overwatch and League of Legends, but there you go. Sigmoid and Squark, is there anything you'd like to shout about before I let you go?
Yeah, mine and Squark's Twitters are down there, and I think off that way.
I'll put the talent thing in, yeah, don't worry. There you go.
For me, I just want to point out, again, I want to just bring up MVPs. I normally find it awkward, but I haven't been able to sing enough praises of this lad today. Tommy has been fantastic throughout every series. I think he just stole the show. Nurio, though, from the Navy team, played fantastically consistent.
Yeah.
You could always rely on him, and it was just a bit too much for him to handle, but fantastic showing from everyone, but I think Tommy steals the show.
Brilliant. Well, thank you ever so much, guys, for coming on today and casting for us. I know it was a long one, you know, two best of sevens, but I really appreciate the time and effort you put in, giving up your Saturday to be here. So thank you ever so much.
No
worries at all.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, and that leaves it with me. So thank you ever so much, everybody who's been here today. It's been an absolutely amazing day for us. We've watched so many good games. I just want to shout out to all the casters who have taken part today. So that's Servitude, Five Eyes, DMO or Demo, and Jordan Sutty as well. And obviously you've just seen Squark and Sigmoid there as well. And also want to shout out a little special thanks to Haribo as well, who was our Overwatch observer. Did a fantastic job there, mate. Thank you, well done. And to everybody else behind the scenes who's been involved, Morgan and Dom and everybody else at the British Esports team for putting this event together. I hope you all enjoyed it. It's been I've personally really enjoyed it. It's been a great fun day for me. And now I get to chill and catch up on all of the other esports events that have been going on today. So if you do want to find out what has been going on today, please do go head over to worldesportsday.com, which is the official World Esports Day website. There's plenty of activities there you can go and check out to see what other people have been doing. And of course, we've been raising money today for special effects. So big thank you to everybody who has donated. I'll also post, Squark's just done it for me there, the donate link in the chat if you do want to go and donate any money towards Special Effects, which is the charity supporting gamers who are physically disabled. Please do go check out their website as well, which is specialeffect.org. That's been it from me and from everybody here at the British Esports Association. I want to say a huge thank you for those who participated, all of the teams who we've had today, the RAF and all of their respective games. We've had the Fisher Falcons who turned up to play Overwatch. Thank you ever so much for turning up, and your teachers as well who helped organise this. The East Norfolk Knights as well, same goes to you. And of course, Luxinate as well from Northgate Sixth Form. So thank you ever so much to all of you guys participating and everybody here from the BEA. It's been a pleasure to have you and a privilege. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your weekend, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.